eyes wide open, the clock don't rest. Street lights flicker, got a blade in my chest. Not fear, just thrills as the steel shines thin. In the glow of my insomniac, sit and spin. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire and the metal's my kin. Stream it live where the fearless win. This is Juvan's night flick, sit and spin. Glit in the dark, oh the dance so slick. The edge does the talking, every sound it clicks. World's asleep but the shimmer won't fade. Precision's my game and the craft's my blade. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire and the metal's my kin. Stream it live where the fearless win. This is Juvan's night flick, sit and spin. Under moonlight, the sparks they fly. Sharp as my wit, slicing through the sky. The rhythm of midnight, sharp edges sing. Tuned in, live to the late night king.
Play. Late night, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac, sit and spin. A knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac, sit and spin is about to start. So come on in and do your part. Juvan's Night Flicks is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week. Play. Insomniac, night, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac, sit and spin. A knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac, sit and spins now on the air for all the knife freaks who can't sleep. I'm the Insomniac, Juvan, and today we're gonna take a look at some of my flicks. So you're getting where you fit in. Sit down, shut up and listen. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to flick it. Welcome to the Insomniac, sit and spin. Welcome to the Insomniac, sit and spin. Welcome to the Insomniac, sit and spin. Welcome to the
Got the Scully in the house, it get cold in here. Open up the pack, crack open the beer. No fear, no tears, got the old 10 gears. Knew you been around, ain't been home in years. Had a hard day's work, it was easy for me. Javon, the beat hit easy to me. We talk about knives, it was EDC. It's the first 1, 2, 3. I don't know if you all been told. It could get weird, so are you high on cigarettes? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Javon's Night Flicks, baby. Friday Night Flicks, baby. The first ever episode, we are getting it cracking like we say. Shout out to my co-host, Miss Evelyn. Let's get it, let's go.
Went out. You a little bit, but are you high on cigarettes? And when that stuff runs out, you're gonna wanna make it. Are you high on cigarettes? Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Do you know that you're right or wrong? 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 He don't smoke them, but he loves it when you do. That's why he's high on cigarettes. And if you find him, you should light him up with you. He's getting high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's Witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's Witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's Witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's Witness and get high on cigarettes. Do you know that you're right or wrong? Do you know that you're right or wrong? Do you know that you're right or wrong?
I told you to go to bed already, would you please?
I'm not tired!
I told you 5 times to go to bed.
Oh, come on, Jim, please.
Hey, come on, come on.
Is this what you had in mind when you asked me to marry you?
No. Remember when you first fell in love?
There's something more like this in life.
Keep it that way.
That cat even has enough sense to back up when it gets crazy like that. What is going on, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I look unusually blue, but that is okay. I think it's because I don't have any red light on me. I'm not going to let it bother me. I hope you guys can hear me. I hope you can see the table. And when the guest gets back to their chair, you'll be able to see them. Henry is in the house. What is up, Henry? Happy Tuesday. Happy Insomniac Sit and Spin, where we hang out. We talk about knives. We talk about lives. We got some cool stuff to look at, some things to show you guys, and I'm stoked about it. I'm glad to be here. I'm not working tomorrow, which is also a win. Marco, what is up? Good to see you. We'll be back on schedule Sunday for the members giveaway. I don't know if Neil McKenzie's in here, but I sent him an email today. Ground Fog, what is up? He's got 2 packages coming for me. What is up, Kathleen? Good to see you, young lady. It looks like you are on the mobile stream. Just so you know, this goes out both mobile for the portrait or vertical stream if you like that. And it also goes out landscape. So they're both out there. While I keep talking to you guys, I'm going to bring up this guy. What's up, buddy?
Nothing special about that.
Were you ready to get brought up or you're not? Look,
Yeah.
I've got your intro music. Hold on. And guys, just so you know, we've got Edgy American Blade coming into the house. What's up, buddy? Was that better?
Yeah, I got new knives.
Do you? I've got a couple of things. I've got one thing to show you, but I've got a couple.
I got new Edgy American Blade knives.
That's exciting. So were you down there all day today too?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
to show them. I always say this is a mistake. They're actually just out of heat treat. They've been tempered. They're not ground, but I just wanted to show, the profile of a couple of things I've got coming pretty soon.
And it's exciting when you watch them take form from nothing. That's what you don't realize. I got a video of it walking by Alabama Damascus's table because I'd never noticed before that they don't only sell the stock that you work with, Shane, but they also sell these pattern knives, I guess you'd call them, especially at these little shows.
I wish they had better.
Their patterns suck. Well, what it is I think it's a starter set, right? It's to get somebody interested in it. So they're very generic and they're very off.
You know what I think would be awesome for knife making kits? If you made a 7, 8, 9, 10-inch starter knife kit and the handle was shaped and drilled and the scale material come pre-fit and the blade was just a rectangle. Then you just shape it into whatever you want, make it into whatever you want past that. But, it gives you a head start because your handles would just be ready to bolt on and sand. But nobody does that. Instead, they get really ugly starter kit knives.
Well, I wonder if the starter kit knives are intended for an audience that's even lower in capabilities than what a lot of makers have. Like they might not have the ability to cut it, or does everybody have the ability to cut out a shape?
Yeah, the part they're doing for you, you can do with a 4.5-inch angle grinder. You can do with a stone wheel on a grinder.
See, I didn't know. I figured if you were just
they're doing the easy part for you. I've actually thought about doing just some ergonomic, basic shaped handle, and drilling the holes and heat treating it, and just leave a 7-inch rectangular blade on it. You can buy it. You can grind it yourself. With a 1x30, you could easily make your own.
That's such a cool concept. That's such a cool concept. If nobody's doing it, why not fill that niche and offer it? You know,
it already be heat treated. All you have to do is take your time, shape it, grind your bevels, do with it whatever you want to do past that.
I think there's so many. A lot of people laugh at me. It is, when I think about it, it's kind of a wacky idea, but I still find it very innovative. That guy that sent me the travel EDC sheath. Do you remember that? It's it's a travel EDC sheath. What it is it's a small pancake fixed blade sheath that's done very well. Looks like a pew sheath. It's even got
you just buy a paring knife and put in it?
Comes with an old paring knife in it, just a regular one, and that way you can fly if you just carry on. Anyway,
if you're in a foreign country and you just want to have a knife, but you're not going to care if it's a Grail knife.
And you can go into like Knives and More and buy a $35 Wusthof, which goes in that sheath very well and is a very capable knife. The point is, if you've got an idea like your shape,
trade what I've got laying here for a Wusthof.
I think is
excited about this kitchen knife,
dude. Kitchen knives.
I'll go ahead and show it, and I'll remind me, and I'll show it again later when more people are in here. But like Bugsy has one of my kitchen knives, and it was a very plain Santoku.
What's up, Bugsy? I'm still going hello to people.
And
I stopped it, Bugsy.
But I wanted something that just looked a little cooler, and I wanted something with more blade height, so I could get even better geometry.
Kind of chef's knifey.
Yeah, so I bought some 3.5-inch tall stock. Now 3.5 is a bit much, but that's it.
Oh, that reminds me of, what's the name of that knife? It's not a chef's knife. It's called something else. Benchmade makes more. The what? Station. Yes.
The station knife from Benchmade did definitely inspire these.
It doesn't look like that. It just, the shape kind of reminds me of that.
It's K-tip, but the handle's a little different. And
that's at least 10% of the people that come into Knives and More are looking for good kitchen knives. They either leave with a shoe. It's Kaya's key. What are they called? Shoes? Yeah, but what's the kitchen brand called? SHU something, or a Wusthof, or there's another one. A Dexter is very popular in the restaurant industry. It's kind of a more bargain knife. They have all those shapes. I'm trying to learn those, kind of like the patterns in traditionals. They're not as hard. What's up, Dr. Drew Dude?
I've got my new take on a fifth pocket carry.
Ooh, I'm gonna make you big for this. That's right.
It's just a 2-finger handle, and yes, I drew inspiration on this knife as well from the Cold Steel Tough Light.
I love the little Tough Light. That's like a Tough Heavy though.
But this is going to be slightly different, because this is going to be full flat chisel ground on one side and not on the other.
So you are going to chisel grind it. I was wondering how you were going to do that.
But this is what's different. I'm only putting a scale on the side that is ground. The back side will be perfectly flat, smooth. Of course, it'll be finished. Like I said, this is right out of heat treat, so it looks a little rough, but
it looks cool. I mean, the thing's cool.
Your Kydex sheath on the back side will be perfectly flat, because the knife is perfectly flat on that side.
I think it'll be a great ass pocket knife. I did a video that's coming up.
The reason I'm calling it a fifth pocket knife is the sheath will have a couple of rivets in it, but I'm not putting a clip or anything on it, so you can just drop the whole thing in your fifth pocket, take it out, take the sheath off, and use it. You can add a clip and put it in any pocket you want, but I did check this, by the way, and on an average pair of men's jeans, that's about what you've got sticking out of your watch pocket.
Has Terry seen that yet? Because that
No.
screams little fifth pocket coin slip.
Yeah,
That's like a coin.
Nobody's literally, this is the first time anybody's seen it.
I could see that having a little, you know what I'm talking about, when like the challenge coin that you sent me, you know how you can get nice leather sheaths for those? Something that just covered the business end of that blade where the one half of the G10 or whatever handle material is exposed.
Yeah, and I thought about it, this is not a tactical knife by any means. I mean, of course, you could definitely use it to get somebody
It's a great box cutter. It's the ultimate utility knife.
It's a fifth pocket knife, so I don't, the thoughts of having to take it and the sheath out of your pocket and unsheath it to use it and put it back, I don't have any issue at all with that. But listen to this. This is the other cool idea I've got. Now, I haven't done this yet, so I'm not positive I think I can make it work. My plan on these holes, I'm going to insert spent 22 LR cartridges into the hole. So it'll come out the other side through the scale. And then I'll use an anvil to flare that 22 shell into the handle, and then fill the shell itself with colored epoxy. So on this side, it'll just look like a little brass ring with colored epoxy inside of it. But on the back side, on the flat side, where there's no scale, no grind, you'll see the head of two 22 LR bullets there.
I think that will be, I've never seen anything like that.
I'm going to call it the rimfire.
Well, if you think about what the cold steel, the reason I've had, I think 3 cold steel lights that I've given away. I've never had the tiny one with the 1.5-inch blade, but I've had 3 of the regular size ones. It's the perfect, everything from cutting roofing tiles, which I never do because I'm a pussy, but carpet to sheetrock. That thing is such a great blade. And it looks
as
like
I get better, I plan to do this in a recurve as well, and it'll be excellent for all that too. But and everything I've looked up says that the sharpest a knife can possibly be, the best cutter it can possibly be, is a 0 ground chisel grind. So that's what this is going to be.
And that has to be true because you've got better blade geometry and you've got a lot less material that you're dragging through.
Right. There's no step. There's no step from the secondary bevel to the primary bevel. That step creates a wedge when you're trying to cut into something, and with a chisel grind, you don't have that. Yeah.
I was hoping Tate had posted a knife he bought yesterday, his first custom. It's the guy has done collaborations with MBK, and I want to say his name. It's not Les George. Carey. Y'all know who Peter Carey is. He's very famous knife maker. And this folding knife, all those big American custom knives to me kind of fall in that I don't really understand them group. They're all kind of big, but they're nice. This one's extremely nice. And what makes this one to somebody like me seem really unique is where you normally have a titanium backspacer. This one has 3 pieces of G10, and the center G10 is by far the thickest because it's a thick knife, but it's glow G10. So it's got this strip of glow G10 titanium knife with a recurved blade. It looks amazing. What you got there?
Ooh. I want you to see the edge I put on that Peach Smith.
So did you put that in the clamp 2 different ways, or did you keep it in once you clamped it?
I kept it in, but I did them completely separately. I sharpened this, and then I came back and sharpened this. But Bugsy sent me this, and it wasn't super sharp, and I wanted it sharp. I love this little corner for
packages,
cutting open my dip cans.
And for cutting open an Amazon package, if you've got clothing in there, you won't cut into the soft stuff because you're just using that little corner of the Tonto.
Yeah. But I will say, without knowing anything about this guy's heat treat recipe, this ABL is done very well. This shit was hard. Yeah, he did a good job on it. And I know this knife's not for everybody. I think I think Bozy got lucky, really, that he found somebody that loves and appreciates this knife as much as I do. But I love this thing. It's not a locking knife. It's a double detent.
Those are so cool.
There's no drop shut, none of that. It's got a little pry on the end of it. It's got a bottle opener. It's everything a man needs in a knife.
I see so many of those type of knives and others with very unique locking mechanisms from years gone past. And if you think about what our grandfathers cut with, we don't need the shit we've got.
Yeah.
The funniest thing.
I'm a big fan of that.
What's up, brother? I hope you know, Ryan, that you get a link every single time I go live. I know you like to just hang back in the chat and you're always busy because you work your ass off. But just know that you've always got a link. What's up, Joe Isabella? But yeah, what I think it's awesome that you've got knives to show, regardless if they've just been heat treated. But I think your idea about taking that blank game up a notch, if you think people have those tools, which I thought maybe that's why they made it.
I'm definitely going to do it. I'm going to make some.
For the community. What a great way to give to the community to start grinding.
Yeah, you can go buy a Harbor Freight 1x30, and I have a huge tip on how to make that thing grind knife bevels, literally almost foolproof. I would be willing to bet anybody in here could grind bevels on a knife with a Harbor Freight 1x30 if you do this small trick that I'll tell you about.
And you can use StreamYard to spend 15 minutes and show somebody how to do that.
You can buy a $40 grinder and $20 worth of belts and one of my kits and make whatever you want, dude, and be into it for around $100. But here's the thing. Don't look at it like, oh, I can make knives for $100 and sell them for this price. I'm just talking about it's really more for so that you can show and say, I made this. I made this knife.
And how therapeutic must that be if I get so much joy from just sharpening a knife decently? Yeah. If you make a knife, that's something I was going to say about my little buddy out at Knives and More, Tate, really a young man who deals with a lot of stuff, but he's very much into knives and has been authentically when I first got into knives. He sold me my first Dragonfly because he was at St. Nick's, a different knife store. But he goes home and for therapy, he grinds and he uses not super steel. He wants Shane to eventually heat treat him some, but he makes these little knives that are, and he got his little laser thing, but that's a simple little forged knife that he did like that, which is not like I think we do knives, right, Shane? Modern knives aren't usually beat out like that, but he also does little cutting tools that are done more traditionally, but a super cool kid and extremely talented.
He's a good kid, man. I bought my very first expensive knife from Tate. It was a Spyderco PM2 Blurple in S110V. Tate sold it to me at St. Nick's.
And the greatest thing I always thought about Tate, you tell me if you felt the same way, Shane. He never seemed pretentious.
No.
He was always knowledgeable, but he never seemed like that asshole knife guy that knew more than you knew.
He will let you sit there and talk like you know what you're talking about for an hour, and he won't try to shut you down. Even if he knows you're wrong, he won't say anything. Like, he's a good dude, man. He's very much on the spectrum. He's very awkward. It was to me, it was like a coming out, like a unicorn animation that happened at Blade Show because we were standing around the pit. Shane was not feeling good, so that made it kind of nerve-wracking. Come to find out.
You were come to find out, but we're going to keep it light. You weren't feeling good. Yeah. And Tate was there with us, and he's just kind of socially awkward. He comes by it honestly, but then Justin, OCD for EDC, comes out, and they start talking about old Spydercos. And man, you'd have thought they were in a trench in World War I fighting mustard gas together. Those dudes were so in sync on the same level, talking about knives and sharing what I think's cool about this crazy hobby. This video I've got coming out, it's weird, but it's true. There are 10 knives that are some of my favorites. This is one of them, even though Joe made it so it would be the exact height of my rear pocket. I don't feel comfortable sitting on this K390 all day long.
Yeah, I would.
Hey, look at this. on my magnet. Look
Ryan,
at my
I don't know
magnet cut.
if you were here when I showed this, but this is your chef knife. Now it's just out of temper, so it's not ground or anything yet. But
What's up, Omega?
I've owed Ryan Ellis this knife for several months now. This whole foot thing has gotten me so far. But let me tell you, man, I'm in a really good place mentally right now because like I feel better over the past few days with having this brace. Like my foot feels better than it has in 6 months. So I'm really excited that maybe things are looking up.
They're definitely looking up. Don't overdo it. Just don't overdo it. And know that
all I'm asking of my body is 2 hours a day on my feet, 2 hours in the shop doing what I want to do, and then I just go home.
See the curvature of my little ass on that?
Oh yeah.
I feel no issue. This is my fret is perfect. I'll sit on this because it's a short blade, thick all day long. And dude, this thing holds an edge. My edge. This doesn't have a clinging work edge. This has a Javon edge. But I used my tape trick. I've sharpened it twice because I love the way it feels. It burrs up. I usually have a trouble burring the tip of my knives. It's a technique that I'm trying to perfect. And this is a great knife to do it on because the steel is done so well. Your burr literally stays solid. It's awesome. But I'm scared. I did 10 knives and they're all great knives. Like that knife I bought from Colin McGuire when you and I were in Nashville together, that EDW, that really thin Warncliffe that he hand makes with the 80s carbon fiber. It's got an Oak City leather sheath that's too tall for my back pocket. And they're just some knives that, like this Sparrow 7, works better as your primary carry. And if you carry, in my opinion, a 7 to 8 inch fixed blade in your right pocket, you've really eliminated the need for your primary folder, in my opinion. Yes, I like to carry a folder.
I carry folders now because I like them and I like the way they make me feel and I like showing them off. But they no longer have a utilitarian use in my life.
Probably not nearly as much. Yeah. I did take the time to get my 4-inch Venise stones. I found them to be the perfect way to sharpen my little slip joints, which never get a good edge. And I've got them all very sharp. They're cases, stainless, which I hear and I've learned that the carbon tool steel is the way to go. But I was going to tell y'all a nice story, but we can all look at it together because it's Benchmade's 2026 dealer catalog. And the 2 pages that made me go, what in the absolute holy fuck am I looking at is their steel chart. And I'm sure none of y'all have ever looked at it. Which do you think looks better on a steel chart, 440C or LMAX?
Toughness wise, the 440C will.
On all of them. Do you see anything that LMAX holds that's better than 440C, or is 440C on every 4 benchmark better?
Let me say this: depending on who he treated it,
could be.
There's no doubt in my mind that Alex Steingraber's LMAX is better. But
sure. But Benchmade doesn't offer 440C.
Yeah, Benchmade doesn't have a very good idea on what to heat treat what at. So
when we read, because they have a little sentence before the chart, and you know what it says? Crewware's greatest attribute is its extreme corrosion resistance. And like y'all, Benchmade in their fucking 2026 dealer literature. I'm about to pull it up because I took pictures of it today because I found it so misleading. I've always thought that Blade HQ had the worst steel chart. And dude, this thing, it'll tell you things in the opening sentence. It's almost like they got the columns wrong. Like somebody didn't proofread it. And when they imported their table, it put the wrong heading in the steel. Because you can't tell me.
The only time I would be okay with owning a knife in 440 would be a chopper in an end of the world situation. because I know I can sharpen it really easily. It's going to get dull really quick, but it's kind of like, it's even tougher than ABL. But the trade-off in ABL and Nitro V and 14C is you get almost that same toughness, but a lot more edge retention to go with it.
Right. And I realize,
it made
I
sense.
realize this steel's not as different as we want to think. But for example, let me see if I can get this to I'm going to
I think the only steel Benchmade has ever done really well, and it wasn't great, but their M4 was okay.
So I took pictures of these two sheets. This is just like the front few pages. It looks like a nice chart. It's showing, you know, everything from M4 to crew wear. But like when you read MagnaCut, I need to get to it because I didn't realize this about MagnaCut. But did you know it has 0 carbides, which to me doesn't seem possible?
I ain't gonna comment on that.
I'm gonna pull it up and you tell me if it's.
I don't know what they're talking about.
That's why I'm saying I can't believe this is out at dealership showrooms all over. So if you go to MagnaCut, it says a new approach to stainless tool steel that eliminates chromium carbides from the microstructure. So maybe that's true.
They're using nickel to.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
But when you go down here to LMAX, it says LMAX excels in holding a razor sharp edge. I thought its corrosion resistance was the best.
Well, LMAX is just a more corrosion resistant D2. And D2 is a high edge retention steel, but not the D2 that we all know.
No.
I would love to make knives in D2, but the reputation's ruined.
But the CPM D2 is good stuff.
Well, depending on if you've got some heat treated by there may be more, but about 10 people on the planet that I know of, yes, it's awesome stuff. Everybody else, everybody else is garbage.
Look at this 20 CV that you always hate on. Look at that edge retention.
It can be that good.
Corrosion resistance, blade toughness, and blade strength are the weakest.
Yeah, that chart is correct from a custom heat treater, but
this is Benchmade.
Yeah.
And what got me when you go to crew wear, a special application steel for when corrosion resistance is the primary requirement, ideal for saltwater application. This addition of nitrogen to the alloy gives this the best corrosion resistance of any blade steel, also known as Z-wear, which is true. It's also known as Z-wear.
I will say
but look at the chart.
I will say this. My crew wear, I mean, they've just got to be wrong. But I break corrosion resistance down into a couple of different categories. I left a piece of ProCut, the same ProCut, in a bucket of water for a week to see what it did. And I was actually impressed with it. Because it did corrode. Well, I'm sorry. It patinaed, but it didn't rust.
It didn't pit.
Maybe that's what they're talking about, because I've never seen any of my crew wear rust, but I've seen it start to change that tint. You know, it'll start to get a bluish gray tint to it. But no, that's
every time I take my mini Damas apart, where there's no Cerakote right around the pivot, there's always, and I have to get my rust eraser because it's brown, kind of built up powdered rust that I have to clean down to sheet metal or to metal and then put wax on it before I put my washers back on. I don't think that's patina, but I just never thought of it. MagnaCut is what Spyderco uses for all their Salt Series knives. And we can't even order those. We can't. People are asking for pair 3s and pair 2s, and we can't order them.
Keep in mind, though, guys, MagnaCut, even in our eyes, within the next 4 years, is going to be S35. It's just going to be
obsolete.
Base steel. Not obsolete. It's just going to be so normalized that nobody cares anymore.
But do they care now?
That's a good thing, because maybe we're headed towards,
something better.
Right. And maybe Magnamax is that something better. But,
I've got scales coming for this, hopefully Friday or Saturday. I went with the raw titanium. I wanted to do black on both of them, but I felt like hopefully I can pull this. But my first one beat me. I had to take it down to Knives and More and get tape to put it together. But I know what I did wrong. You've got to build it like a sandwich and put the screw in where the spring is and then put the blade on. I had the blade on and was then trying to get the spring set, and there was no way.
Yeah. Kyle, am I thinking of 420 that is so tough then? Maybe I misspoke there. I know one of them is at the very top of the toughness chart on stainless steel.
440C, originally designed for ball bearings, valve, and gears. This high corrosion stainless steel is the staple of the cutlery engine, according to Benchmade.
Yeah, Benchmade's full of shit. Or whoever wrote that chart's full of shit.
Well, it's like the 6 page in the book.
We learned that with most charts.
But Shane, why do that? Why it's easy to make an accurate chart.
Look, I'd rather them lie than just be wrong.
Well, just do an accurate chart. It's 4 lines. And then the entry, the sentence that introduces. See this crazy thumbnail to your right here?
I bet you what happened was they told somebody to put that together and they just typed it in and let AI fill in the blanks.
Speaking of, see that thumbnail?
Yeah.
I've been running A/B tests where I get AI to make a thumbnail like that one against one of my normal thumbnails. They're performing it by over 20 points each time. I get 20% more clicks on AI thumbnails. I don't know why, because it's less text. I don't have a graphical brain. My daughter is super skilled and she's been put out of business by AI, but she can do it where I can't.
I don't have a problem with thumbnails being done on AI.
Well, I mean, you got to either embrace it or
unless it's misleading, and
well, they've got to be a little bit not misleading, but
something that it's not.
Check what it does, because I'm doing one click, read my video and optimize it. Look at this one. See if it'll show it. Isn't that a creepy looking dude? Oh, it's not showing it. Hold on.
Actually, Kyle's correct.
It pulled this out.
It's 420 HC that is that way up at the top of the toughness chart, but it's not tougher than 14C. So 420 is
and not a ton tougher than LMAX, is it?
I didn't see LMAX on this chart.
Well, on the Benchmade, LMAX is the worst
because it's not on this chart because it's not even considered. I don't know. LMAX is the worst at what?
At everything. It's got the lowest of all the steels they've got on there, but they just released
just an improved D2. It's a more stainless D2.
Can you see that thumbnail right there? I did not hold those knives. I did not put a picture in AI. I don't have my pictures in my videos. No, but it created it from, I don't know where it got the picture. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
It's bizarre that there are programs that can think shit like that and make a difference. I didn't think it would make a difference because I've always kind of run A/B tests, which you just throw 2 thumbnails up and it'll tell you after a week which one performed the best. And the goal is to learn which thumbnails resonate more.
Jeffrey Dawson, I know you're correct. And I'm actually thinking about doing a crew wear knife and leaving it in water for a week and then taking it out and oiling it. But I'm not going to sell something like that until I let it sit for a month afterwards. I would actually like to be able to keep, because the patina that water put on that Pro Cut, with it being submerged in water, was unlike anything else I'd ever seen. And I liked it. I thought it looked really cool. Unfortunately, it was a knife I hadn't ground yet, so I ended up grinding it right off. But yeah, I didn't think about that.
I sat with Tate today and looked at some slip joints. I'm not that big into them, but these were from his collection between 1902 and 1940. And they were all patinaed. And to me, they were heavily patinaed. None of them were rusted. They were all patinaed. And I found it fascinating to see steel turn like that.
Yeah. My brother, when he buys a brand new case knife, he takes it home and stabs it, buries it into a potato, and leaves it there for like 2 weeks before he takes it out and puts it in his pocket.
What makes it rust, though? See, I'm afraid I would do that and instantly make it rust.
Oxygen makes it rust. The potassium is causing the steel to patina. The water that I left that knife in caused it to patina. But it needs open air oxygen to rust. And with the potato trick or the water thing I did, there is no air touching it to cause it to rust. I just want to know if I patina a knife that way, and then I coat it in like CLP, is it going to rust? You know, a month later, am I going to go pick it up? Is it going to be rusty because of what I did? I want to find that out before I use that procedure, because I actually liked it better than an acid wash. It was a different tone. It was like a bluish gray tone.
How are you, Gary?
I'm doing good.
Hey, I bled all over some MagnaCut and it did not corrode. I didn't realize it was covered in blood till the next day.
It shouldn't.
No, it doesn't.
Ask Gary's opinion on that chart. I think that's a perfect topic for him.
I was at the knife store today that I do social experiments 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. And they had the new Benchmade 2026 catalog that had a blade steel chart in it. We have all come to know blade HQs and how inconsistent they can be. And I was blown away by the information in this chart. And talking to some of these guys, I might be just don't understand it, but I'm going to show you. It's two pictures. It's like actually page 6 and 7. It's early in their catalog. Let me get one pulled up. And they just released, keep in mind, a whole bunch of knives in LMAX. They're tagged outs and they're bug outs. They just did a lightweight series and they're featuring LMAX pretty heavily. But when you go look at it here on their steel chart, it rates the lowest of any steel. They say LMAX excels in holding a razor sharp edge through rigorous use, whether you're slicing, carving, or cutting under pressure. That's the opening statement. Well, then I started reading about one that I thought I knew a little bit about, which was crew wear. And I did not think crew wear's toughest attribute, I'm going to share this other page so I can zoom on it, was what Benchmade tells me it is. And I can't imagine that Benchmade would not have a proofreader that would say maybe that's not the way to go. So when you read about crew wear, it tells you that a special application steel when corrosion resistance is the primary requirement, ideal for saltwater applications. The addition of nitrogen to the alloy gives this best corrosion resistance of any blade steel, also known as Z-wear, which is a CPM crew wear climate.
Oh, it's LC200N. It's a typo.
Okay, so they don't have LC200N anywhere on their chart.
Yep.
Yeah, they also said in the thing at the very last that it's also known as Z-wear. So they clearly knew what steel they were talking about.
Oh, wait, no, Z. Yes, that's true. I'm thinking of Z Fitnet.
And I just thought maybe I just didn't know my steels as well. And they don't have sharpening ease as one of the pillars. They've got corrosion resistance, toughness, blade strength, and edge retention.
Well, they clearly did not ask me about this chart.
I don't think they asked anybody that knew what they were talking about.
But it just seems to me that if you know, so many people are going to see it. But I've learned
on the chart itself, it has corrosion resistance as a low.
They even show it low. I know you can't, your brain doesn't wrap around it when you read that it's the best and it's the lowest on their chart of 4.
I think they were getting Z Fitnet and LC200N mixed up in their head because there is no nitrogen addition to crew wear or Z.
Read some of the others and see if they seem consistent to you, because I read others that made me scratch my head.
Well, firstly, I'll be honest, I don't like how this chart is laid out. Yeah, like I don't find this especially helpful.
Because it's consumer facing. It's to help somebody walk over to the booth and pick a knife for their need, which I didn't think it did a good job of that.
I have,
because they even rated LMAX as their worst performing steel, and that's the steel that they're kind of pushing in this season.
But in all fairness, it's not a
Nothing
high
about it.
price. It's not a high price bug out. It's not the base model, but it's not in the. It's a mid tier price bug out.
Well, Gary, which would you rather have in a bug out? S30V, LMAX, or S90V? In that blade geometry, that thickness of a bug out.
S90V.
Well, me too. Now, which would you rather have between the S30 and the LMAX?
LMAX. I don't like S30.
Gotcha. That wasn't a test. I was just curious.
I mean, I think they're all pretty good. Yeah, you know, I'm a numbers guy, and I just don't like I like to know when I'm looking at a bar graph what numbers are on the bar graph and if they're linear.
Right.
Like this is like, how about right about there?
Right.
Exactly.
Are we talking about pounds and HRC? What's the left and right on that graph?
I have an up. I have my own charts. You want to see my charts?
I would love to.
Well, I have some of it on my site, but I have.
That's exactly what happened, I think, Jeffrey. I think somebody just let AI make that still chart and ran with it.
But guys, I'm telling you, AI is not that bad.
It can be. Look
If
up
you
some
prompt
heat treat.
it-
Oh,
if you-
look up some heat treat protocols.
It's how it's prompted. It's how you pose the question to the.
I get that, but I'm just saying it can be that I've seen it that wrong, especially with heat treat protocols. Because I'll check it just to see what it says. Even
I
after
worked,
talking to
I
three
worked
other
in
people.
corporate America for over 20 years, and I would shudder. I can imagine 5 marketing people. You would think they would have engineers in the room with them coming up with that couple of pages, and it was probably their quarterly project. It wasn't just something thrown together. I would think heads would roll over something like that. If I did it, I would be mortified. If I found it to not be absolutely accurate, and I would want to run it through.
It very much removes my confidence in how good a steal am I going to get for a company when they post something that egregiously stupid.
Two totally different departments,
I
though.
buy from them.
They could still have great steals, great heat treats, great HRC, and they just had 5 marketing people and a few engineers on a Friday afternoon. I don't know.
Yeah. Matty, you're at too high temperature and not enough soak time, buddy.
Did y'all see Stevie's post tonight? He's on the Atlantic Ocean somewhere. I sent him and Maddie a link in case they wanted to come.
Where is your still chart? Is that available online? Because I love looking at everybody's. Like I got all my still information for years from Outpost 76 is cut testing. I looked at his cut testing and I found that my results so closely matched his that at some point I quit worrying about testing it to make sure it was right. I just took it as the gospel for a long time. But I love looking at different people's charts.
You need to bookmark CreeleyBlades.com and dig around the website. There's podcast content.
Is the chart on the website?
I'm clicking through pages, but
there is. But if I'm sharing my screen here, if
let me find it. Here we go. Boom.
There you go. Oh, is that
I can make it.
That's not what I'm seeing. Let's see.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me stop. Is that not the one you were trying to share?
No.
All right, let me do this.
Let me try it again. Maybe I got that wrong.
And if it's a page you're pulling that's not a browser page, you share the middle tab, I think, where it's like you're sharing a program for some reason. picture viewers are weird that way.
All right. Let's see here.
While you look for that, I had Joe
I got it.
X's video come across my algorithm today and watched it where he's beating up your knife.
I love Joe. And I get
All
it.
right.
Nobody should treat a knife that way, all that crap, but he's entertaining, man. That's all I care about.
So I parse these numbers a couple different ways, and I haven't updated this for quite some time. But like, here are some different ways to view like edge retention. Just to kind of get it into perspective. And these are based off of Laren's testing. Here's a pretty helpful way I parse it. So edge retention's blue, corrosion resistance is green, and toughness is yellow. And then it is so this is based on edge retention,
right?
It's sorted by edge retention.
I've never seen this chart, but I like the fact that it's all the charts in one. Like I can go, if I'm concerned about edge retention, I start at the bottom. If I want to be somewhere in the middle, I can move my way up. I like the way you design this.
So you can look at this and get a lot more information in your head a lot faster.
Right. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, what's your number one and your best one at the bottom? What are the differences there? Just out of curiosity.
That Rex 121 and Maximet?
No, the one that's at the very top, the least edge retention, versus the one at the very bottom with the most edge retention. I can't read what type of steels they are.
Oh, okay. So the top one's 8670.
Gotcha.
5160 is right below it. H1, O1, L6, ADCRV2, blue number 1.
So you got a lot of wild steels in there.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of the common ones. So that's one of the ways I parse it. Here's another way I parse it.
But
yeah.
these are Laren's numbers too, correct, Gary?
Everything except for corrosion resistance.
Okay.
Corrosion resistance is a little bit of a hip shot.
Because I haven't been able to get out of my mind when you were on and we were looking at his edge retention chart. I just cannot stop thinking about the fact that he had S30V having more edge retention than MagnaCut.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know anybody that's had that experience with well heat treated MagnaCut.
No, it does. It does. It has more carbide content.
Well, but the chart just says edge retention.
Yeah. But keep in mind, like if we go to Laren's charts, one of the things about my chart is it's dumbed down a little bit compared to Laren's in the sense that there's like a 45-degree angle. So you don't compare 64 Rockwell MagnaCut to 61 Rockwell S30V.
Right.
You compare 61 to 61.
Right.
I don't know if S30 gets quite that hard. And S30 doesn't have quite the toughness. But when it just comes to the wear resistance of the actual steel, all things being equal, yeah, definitely S30V is. But because MagnaCut has higher toughness and you can make it a little higher hardness, which means with the higher toughness, you can run the edge at a thinner angle.
Right.
You can end up getting better results. So, yeah. But this is my chart, and I have one of these charts on my actual website.
What was the next graph under this that showed? What is that showing? I noticed the same colors, so I guess it's corrosion.
Again, so this is a vertical a line graph, I guess you'd call it, versus a bar graph.
Bar graph, gotcha.
And
this is an
again,
English guy who doesn't
they're
use.
sorted by edge retention, and then you can, the other things. Everybody cares about edge retention predominantly, so that's why I sorted it that way.
Would you find corrosion
there's a steel there. It's the 4th from the top. It looks like the edge retention is still really high, but the toughness is up there. Right there. You were right there.
15V.
Okay.
15V.
Well, maybe you can answer a question for me too. I hate to turn these into me picking your brain for my purposes, but I got a 15V knife. It was a Manix 2, and when I was able to purchase it when those first came out, and they were hard to get a hold of. And the guy told me it was actually Steve Kalari that sold it to me. And I said, "Well, why are you selling it?" He said, "Because I don't like it." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, it doesn't ever feel sharp to me." He said, "I bought it from a guy who bought it brand new. He sharpened it and said that it never felt sharp. I got it. I sharpened it and never felt sharp." And keep in mind, he's saying felt sharp. Both of these guys will admit that it would, but it didn't feel sharp when you touched it. So I got it, and I got rid of it because it never felt sharp. It was sharp, but it didn't feel sharp. Is that just something that's in all three of our heads? Or is
Maybe.
it just a difference in bite or grain structure? Or
it's so carbide heavy that I could imagine the edge being a little, different. Yeah, I can.
Because with the Rex 121, it may not even be as sharp as the 15V, but as soon as the skin on my thumbnail touches it, something in my brain tells me to stop before I hurt myself. I never had that feeling with 15V.
Huh. I didn't mess with. I have 15V just so I can say I have it. But yeah, I did not. I did not use it enough to form that sort of opinion.
Right.
I used to have one. Oh yeah, and then this is okay. So this is the master chart here, and with some of them I put their, how much carbon and yeah.
Does this master chart have what HRC these steels were tested at?
No.
Okay. Because I know that gets deep into the weeds.
Well, it gets tough because, you take a steel like, say, LC200N, it only gets to 59 or 60.
Right.
So if you're going to run, you're not going to run MagnaCut at 58, well, unless you're Medford, but
for case.
Quite Carey. Well, I think they were 61, 60.
But
we all make fun.
But you're not going to run LC200N at 64 because it can't get there.
Right.
So yeah, that's part of the equation.
What is it in a steel, or is it more than one thing that makes it capable of achieving those high HRCs? Like why can ProCut reach 67?
Well, they can all reach what they want. It's just what they choose to tell the heat treater. And that's why one of these things that irks me when I hear, well, it's all about the heat treat. It's all about the heat treat. Well, it's all about the decisions people make about the heat treat. It's not like Peters or whoever your heat treater is can't get you to where you want to be. It's choices that manufacturers made.
Right.
It wasn't that Medford couldn't get, MagnaCut to 64. He said, we want this at 59.
Right.
And these heat treats, they're going to be +1, -1. They're not going to guarantee they're going to hit it. So he might have said 60 and it might have landed at 59 or something, right. Something like that. But so there's a little bit.
He changed that pretty quick because he got attacked heavily over that.
Yes.
You seem like you liked it.
Well,
Greg's hard to like.
I think it's more the science. I think, not knowing Gary, but he probably appreciates the science being proven out that
there's this sense that like some people can do it and some people can't.
Right.
When it comes to heat treat, but that's not right. Some people choose to do it, and some people choose not to for tooling life, for warranty considerations, for for the longest time, people were putting like S90V and M390 and running them in the mid 50s, upper 50s. Like, why bother? Just so you can put that name on there to market that steel.
Well, that's what China does.
It's. I did hear something interesting, and I didn't. This isn't verified. But the guy that told me at a knife show, I was at a knife show this weekend.
Lehigh?
No, Lehigh's coming up in like a month and a half. This was the Keystone Knife Show. It's a small show up in the middle of the state. But he said that China's M390 is made in China.
Correct.
It's like licensed. So that had me scratching my head like, really? So I just wonder, I just wonder the quality of a Chinese mill.
If you go back to the Outpost 76 cut tests, none of their steels, their M390, their S90V, and of course they didn't want you to know that it wasn't CPM. They acted like it was, even though it's theirs. It has never performed even close to
what I would wonder is that's when they were learning.
One Riyadh M390 that was relatively close to a Spyderco in M390.
But that was probably early on in their formulating their analog. I think, and Gary, I could be reading his interpretation wrong, but I think that China probably has a stronger mill infill structure and metallurgy infill structure because of just where their economy is, probably than we do in terms of datedness, that they may be able to have an M390 that performs on par or better than ours. Are you thinking that, Gary, or not at all? Did I read your initial thought wrong when you thought it was interesting?
I think it's. I'm curious if they have that capability. Actually, I don't know. Is the answer?
Right.
I don't know, and I wonder. One of the things that is a challenge in China is consistency and consistency of materials. So like you might get a run, it might be really good, but then it'll just, we'll change this or this part out or that steel out. And so sometimes you're not getting, depending on, now some of them are better than others. Now, when I was doing a lot of heat treat with Buck Knives and Paul Boss, he was telling me he was sending a lot of hardened coupons over to China for them to make knives out of, hard. So the steel was from here, steel was hardened here, then went over there. Of course, he couldn't tell me who that was, and so that's maybe why some of it's good and some of it isn't. But so of course I picked up a bunch of knives at this knife show because
you like knives and you had an excuse. Yeah.
Would you like to see what I got?
I would love to.
Gary, I want to touch on something you said a minute ago, though. When I purchased my heat treat oven, I got to the shop. I had everything set up, ready to go. Had blanks ready to heat treat. And I was more nervous than I've ever been in my life. And I reached out to Alex Steingraber. And I told him, I was like, dude, I ain't going to lie, I'm scared. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, I've never done this before. I'm scared. And he said, Shane, listen to me. If I tell you the recipe, I tell you the procedure, and if you follow it and you do the exact same thing that I do, your heat treat's going to be just as good as mine. There's no magic dust. There's no dance you have to do. It's just like you said, it's the decisions that you make. Did you decide to go from the oven to the quench plates in 2 seconds versus 20 seconds? Because that can make a difference. It's just the decisions that you make, and as long as you do it and you don't cut any corners, anybody can do a good heat treat. And I've been telling people that since the beginning. My heat treat's not great. I just don't cut any corners, and I do it the way it needs to be done to reach my targeted HRC.
Yeah, there's no magic to it. And when you're going to a professional heat treater, that has vacuum ovens that are computer controlled, and you tell them you want this heat for this time and that at this time and blah 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 blah.
Right.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's what they do. So like there's this sense, I get and I appreciate the accolades about, Creeley's heat treat, yada yada yada. But it's nothing fancy. I'm just calling out more aggressive heat treat protocols. That's all.
Right.
And other manufacturers choose not to do that for a host of reasons, none of which are for more performance out of the blade.
Well, the one thing you said though about industrial heat treat that I found out later on in the game was it's not always about, well, it is about decisions, but they may want a particular heat treat protocol done, but then when you send it to Peters and you find out, well, if your 100 knives are gonna go in the oven with his other 500 knives, as long as you're willing to do it by that protocol, we can do it all at one time. It don't cost you as much. So yeah, I'm sure you can get a custom protocol, but that costs more than just getting what I like to refer to as the industry standard. They may be heat treating your knife and some valves at the same time. I don't know. That's just a comparison, but
one of the things one of the things you're working with at Peters is they run certain ovens at certain temperatures.
Right.
And so they don't really want to hear your protocol. So they'll be like, just tell me what hardness you want and we'll take care of that. So and I guess if you paid them more, maybe they would, if you dedicated an oven or something, but it'd be a lot more, and it's already more.
But don't you just want, as a maker, the HRC to be
John,
hit?
before we get too deep, you need to recognize Joe Isabella's 35-month membership.
No.
You missed over it.
Did I miss over it? That's because I'm looking at the chat. I'm not looking at my man hug. I have to give a quick man hug, Gary. I hope these don't offend you. They're Rocky and our man Apollo.
There you go. You muted the mic. You muted your mic.
I did?
No, I muted mine. It does. It's StreamYard glitch.
Yeah.
This knife, Gary, just so you know, it's a small blade, but it's cut probably 6 full-size Amazon boxes and then 1, or actually 2 Boost boxes. Do you know what Boost are? They're shakes my dad drinks. He's an old man.
Oh, yeah.
And they are double walled.
Uh-huh.
So after that, I did put it on a strop, but it still cuts paper and has no catches in it at all. After that much cardboard, which I would have thought would have worn it some, but I've experienced no wear. Is that because the blade's so short? I gave you a short one. I'm sorry. I asked a question and then hit the drop. I'm sorry. Do you think that's because the blade's short, Gary?
Well sharpened, and yeah, well heat treated.
And the geometry is just perfect. I will say that this point is deceptively sharp and went deep in my finger, much deeper than I thought, because I went ahead and resheathed it during a live Friday night. But when I took it out Saturday, I mean, it looked like it had a really hard month. It was like covered in blood. And I don't remember bleeding that much, but I did have a paper towel that tourniqueted off my tip of my finger because it was just a deep prick. I just jammed the tip into it. But what a great little carry.
Deep prick. I have some friends like that. Yeah, it is a sharp, one of the problems with the leather, especially the Badger Claw leather, was people were constantly putting it through. And if I was entirely honest, I would probably put through every 5th or 10th blade when I was sheathing them. So it is a sharp tip for sure.
It's a very sharp tip, but the Kydex holds it great. And the deep concealment carry clip, because I'm a pocket dropper guy. I think you offer a belt mounting option too, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, with the leather.
With the leather, right.
Yeah.
I just think the Kydex sheath's perfect. I mean, the reason I stuck myself is because I carried it in my back pocket and I wasn't paying attention. I was talking, reading chat, and I was just kind of fingering it into my, that sounded bad, but into the sheath. And I caught myself quick. It's definitely a poker.
Yes. Yes. It's sharp. It's got a sharp tip that can come in handy for certain things. Like, for instance, I had this little watch that my son wanted me to put a battery in, and so I opened it up, and then just to get the battery out, I could just get that tip right on the side of the battery and
Oh no.
pop it out. Yeah, just enough to pop the battery out. So yeah, this is a little knife show. I tell you what, the New York Knife Show and this little show both had what I would consider significantly lower foot traffic than other shows I've been to. Now, I don't know if this is a matter of the show or just the state of affairs, but it is what it is. So I bought some knives.
Let's see them.
I always buy knives, and I didn't spend too much. Let's see. All right. So one guy wanted to trade knives with
Make me big for just a second in case you show us stuff.
Yeah, I will do that.
Not to rush you. Not to rush you.
One guy wanted to trade me knives, so I didn't buy these, and I probably wouldn't have bought these. But if anybody's interested in them, they could be for sale. But
I'm interested in the fact that you play Helldivers.
That my son, who's in college in Tennessee, he likes to play Helldivers, so I play with him. I think I'm better than him now, but that's
my daughter went to school in Tennessee.
Yeah,
Middle Tennessee State. She graduated a year and a half ago.
He's at Trevecca Nazarene College.
Oh, very cool.
In Nashville. So this is a Boker. This is a Stockman. I think it's a Stockman.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's about a 6 pull.
Is it a Soligen poker?
It is a Soligen. It's a Tree Brand classic. This is a higher end one. It has a crap edge, man. You know, the whole thing is you're not supposed to sharpen these.
I use my 4-inch beneath plates to sharpen them without allegedly sharpen them.
Yeah.
I don't leave marks, but I can't. I hate a dull knife. It's a tool. My granddad would have sharpened his.
This may be something that I sell.
Catch and release.
Yeah, this may be something that I sell. So that's the one. That's the Boker that I traded for this guy. He didn't like it either. That's why I traded it. Then I got one of these guys, German. This is a pretty desirable slip joint too. iBrand.
I've heard people talk about those when this in the same vein as the Pumas and some others are asking about. These are the different knives. Does it have a certain type of logo on it? Because I know they've been asking me to look for. Sorry about that. Not the dancing crane, but it's just got a little. Gotcha.
Yeah, it has the thing in there. Again,
is
this
that
is
bone or micarta?
I don't know, and neither did he, and neither did anybody else.
It's a beautiful finish.
This is a carbon steel of some nature. Let's check the edge. Crap edges. This edge is crap.
Yeah, I know that one of the guys at Knives and More will use his motor for slip joints, where the younger guy prefers using his like plates by hand, just using some of the higher grit plates.
Whatever it is, it's dull, in my opinion. All right. So those were knives I traded into. All right. Here's one I bought. And I think I got a good price on it. Can you tell me what this knife is? Who can tell me? In the comments. Come on, comments. What is this knife?
Does it begin with a K? No.
What's that?
Does it begin with a K?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
It's not a Camillus.
It's
not a Camillus, is it?
It is not a Camillus.
Camillus, my bad.
It is not a Randall.
And
you misspelled Randall. but I probably would misspell it, possibly too.
It's not a big buck, is it?
All right, I'll pull it out. We're not getting closer here.
You're just getting tired of us guessing. Ooh. That looks like a Shane, would you buy at Blade Show?
I bought a Freeman, but that
That looks like an old Freeman, the Swedge does. I know it's not.
I mean, it looks like kind of a variant of the USMC fighting knife, right?
Nope.
I don't know then.
I
It's an
mean,
awesome looking
you're
knife.
you're in the right neighborhood. Now this is sharp because yours truly corrected an atrocious edge. This one is Cattaraugus. This is what's called the quartermaster knife. This is World War II era.
Ooh.
Quartermaster knife, which is a much better knife than a K-bar, I think. Design, for actually using the K-bar's too long.
Is that a choil cut into the back there?
No, it's just how it's ground.
Okay, I got you. I see that now. I see it now.
And this
hammered up on the flat.
This pommel's much bigger. Part of me wants to take it apart and fix it, but I think I just want to leave it as it is. I just like the idea that somebody in World War II carried this knife, obviously, in the field. It's been used.
Yeah, the history cloaking that knife, there's no telling.
And, it's in decent shape. I could redo the leather, but then I'm not going to mess with it.
Because it's not authentic at that point anymore.
Not from Frost. It is from Cattaraugus.
Who is Cattaraugus? I don't know. I've never heard that name, Gary. Is that a US, an old school US?
They made MK2s. They made a lot of knives in World War II. I don't know that they were a knife company. But in World War II,
they were making knives.
Yeah, people were making stuff. So I'm not sure about that. But this, I just like these historical knives, and I didn't need one in perfect shape. I didn't need one. I kind of like that there's some use on it. There's a chip chunk out of the tang, but it's in good enough shape that I won't fix it.
But that chip's probably got a history lesson behind it that's just make your jaw drop open.
Yeah, I've got a Benchmade Presidio over here that has a broken tip. And like I've said this many times, but that tip is still in a Taliban fighter somewhere in the Middle East. And I've thought about sending it in to have it rebladed. But a Presidio with a perfect blade on it means much less to me than that knife does.
Yeah. Now, there's an exception to that, though. Like, if it's completely roached, then I'll restore it.
Right.
Like, if the leather's like almost completely gone and the tang's super rusty, then I'll
save the knife, because you get to that point.
Redo it. Now,
is that a stacked leather handle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I get Camless, because I knew it didn't look like a K-bar, and I wasn't sure I've ever seen a Camless version.
Now, K-bar probably made those. So did probably 3 or 4 companies made those.
Yeah.
So now here's another knife I got. This is
making you big again without warning. Ooh, I've seen that knife before. The shape. No, I haven't.
It's Almar, isn't it?
I was going to say Almar.
It is Almar.
Yeah. That's Pete's favorite knife.
This is there's a good focus on it. This is somewhere early 2000s-ish, made in Japan.
Ooh.
They're all made in China now.
Yeah, the Japan ones, people come in looking for the ones from Japan specifically.
The action's pretty good. It's VG10 at 59 Rockwell, because I tested it. But this, I think somebody bought this, carried it, and used it, and never sharpened it. Never. Like, it was so dull you could saw on your skin and it wouldn't cut you. It was
Yeah,
dull,
all my
dull.
buddies that bring me knives to sharpen, now that they know I do it, I don't do it for money or professionally, but I don't think any of their knives have ever been sharpened. And well, they all tell me, it's like, dude, I haven't touched that thing since I took it out of the box 5 years ago. I don't know why they even bother carrying it.
I'm telling you guys, working in a knife store, my social experiment, I'm learning so much of what I thought mattered doesn't matter to anybody. And 98% of the people that buy knives don't have them sharpened until they bring them off and pay $5 to have it taken back to the wheel and sharpened. And they carry them for another 6 months. And they're driving these things through straps and other things that they shouldn't be doing. But it's amazing to me what people look for, what they're interested in, and the things that mean the least to them. Like Benchmade having that whole section, that's a new catalog. So I don't know how many Benchmade people will look at it. I will think very few, because there's a certain Benchmade buyer that comes in, they look at the boxes, they want to know the differences in the prices. Why is this bug out? These 4 renditions priced differently. And you tell them about blade steels and the properties of those blade steels. And that's kind of where you leave it, which is different than what Benchmade says they are, by the way. I've been leading people wrong. But no one has told me, well, the S90V seems like that would make sense if I'm going to be cleaning animals because I won't have to sharpen it much. They still want the 535 because I'll bring it to you to have it sharpened for $5, which I would think knife stored. These people walk around for an hour before they even tell you what they're looking for because they're knife people like we are. They just don't seem to gravitate towards the same thing. The other thing that surprised me, I think we talked about it once, is the Randall influx of people I've had in the last 3 weeks. And that's an interesting group of people that really love that knife. I mean, and I don't understand it. And the guys that I work with, one of them does, the older guy, but the younger gentleman doesn't understand it really either.
I think you have to really have an appreciation or even a fandom for the maker to understand that Randall thing. Like, I get that a lot of folks don't like Greg Medford. I don't defend him because I understand it. That's your choice. But then again, I know people that own every knife he's ever made. And none of those people need a pocket anchor with
same with Hendrix
blade, but they respect the guy for what he does, as I do, for the way he built his company. I respect all that. But I think that's the thing with Randall. I think it's just a respect, and maybe some of it's even inherited or handed down.
Well, maybe it was earned. Maybe it was earned from some of his service knives.
But I wouldn't pay. I wouldn't pay more than $200 for a Randall because I know that knife could be made for about that and be better.
John wouldn't let you hold one.
I know. I could make that same knife better, but maybe not with the same level of refinement. But so I don't get it, but I understand why some people do. Some people are just crazy about. Some people own every car that what was it, Harvey Earl ever designed. Some of them are garbage.
I've had several people come in older that are serious telling me that the reason they have Randall collections and or case collections is their retirement program. That they've been buying these knives the whole years that they worked, and they've been collecting stuff. I agree that you can find much better returns on your money, but like the guy that sold the 27 Randalls, I'm sure those weren't the only knives he had because he was a pretty affluent older guy, but he wasn't hurt. His feelings weren't hurt. He didn't take the first deal, but his feelings weren't hurt because he had such a lesser amount in them from buying them 20 or some odd years ago.
Right. Yeah, but putting your money into a fund, you don't have that collector fund out of that like you do collect.
No doubt. If you're doing it for fun, I'm not arguing with you. If you're doing it to make money, I'm arguing with you.
Well, there's one guy did it specifically for his wife. She called today, and he's been buying they're 3 collector series of cases. He participates in the top one and the middle one, and has been buying these knives, cleaning them up, and storing them in a safe because he likes to look at them when they come out, or he likes the rush of them coming to his mailbox. But he's been putting him back for his wife to when he passed away to reach out to this guy that's owned this store for over 20 years and sell them to keep yourself going. They're worth it. And she's
Yeah.
got some very
Yeah.
expensive knives there that he didn't pay a lot for.
Look, I got almost a dozen Martin guitars, good ones.
Oh,
And
God bless you.
and I live near the factory. I tour the factory, every other month I go up there, just hang out a little bit. But the thing is, I'm not making any arguments that this is any great investment. It's not. They'll hold their value better than a lot of guitars these days, but still, here's the thing. Collect because you like it. Collect what you like. Enjoy it. Maybe when you die, you get some money out of it. But honestly, I think it would mean more to me to pass it on to my family that might enjoy it.
Might start playing it.
Yeah, than any sort of payday.
So
there's a
Martin's
guy in
your
my
thing, or guitars started out your thing, and then Martin's you kind of fell into.
Yeah, I always liked Martin since I did the first factory tour probably 30 years ago. I was like, this craftsmanship appeals to me. This is my home state. They pretty much invented the acoustic guitars, it.
The resonance is unmistakable from the different body shapes. I mean, you can tell when they're not plugged in what they are.
Yes. Yeah. So I really like them. I mean, my son's name's Martin, so one of them. But yeah, and even beyond that, it is an American story. The Martin family came over because they wouldn't let him in the violin guild in Germany. So they left Germany, set up shop in New York for a few years, and his wife was visiting the Lehigh Valley here in Pennsylvania. And she's like, this is just like Germany. It's just like Bavaria, where we're from. And so, they moved, set up shop. We have these towns that are Moravian, which is this weird little offshoot denomination, Christian denomination. And they had these towns like Nazareth. That's where Martin's based, and Bethlehem and Emmaus. These are all Moravian towns, and you had to be a member of the town, a member of the church to live in the town. And so Martin came and was a member of the church. There's still the original factory from the 1800s. And I have, they stopped building guitars there in 1964 and built a bigger factory outside of town.
And this is ignorant, but are they still independently owned? They are still independently
family owned.
Okay, that's what I thought. Didn't even interrupt you.
And so, here you are, an American guy, a guy immigrating from Germany, setting up shop, becoming successful. They had lean years, but these days, Martin makes about 100,000 guitars a year, give or take.
And they had to justify value based on their craftsmanship and their uniqueness to their sound, because a lot of people were making guitars when they were coming up.
Yeah, the Dreadnought was the big thing,
right?
And X bracing. And so anyway, yeah. So I am a fan of those guitars, but I'm more a fan of the story. And same with some of these knives. Now, I was talking to somebody about Randall in particular, and this is my prediction. I believe that market is going to absolutely drop out
when the people pass away.
When boomers pass away.
The same way the Model A Fords are only worth about $7,000 now. A fully restored, perfect Model A, you can get for $7,000 to $10,000.
Yeah. So
those people have died. Unfortunately, they're not alive anymore. Nobody cares.
And most younger people aren't into Randalls. It's interesting. This knife show that I went to, and I do have two more knives to show you. This knife show that I went to tends to lean more on the traditional slip joint, fixed blade, custom fixed blade crowd. And so there was more of those kinds of knives. There was plenty of Randalls to be had. I just can't bring myself to spend $500 to $600 on a Randall.
Because you don't find the great deals anymore, unless you probably find an estate sale or something like that.
Yeah.
I noticed, because we had the Rocket City Knife Show, I even called Shane. He was going to drive an hour Saturday to go through it. And I said, buddy, if you're not looking for case cultivation, Dustin Driver was there, Josh Howard, a slip joint maker, and maybe 3 other makers. And the rest were, because the tables were cheaper, and they opened up a hall where people selling beautiful cases, but you weren't getting sub $300 knives. It wasn't anything that really interested me. Granted, there was a lot of history in the room, but it just seemed like those people, it reminded me because I saw several fake Benchmades. And even when I said they were fake Benchmades, the guy grumbled at me that they weren't. And I said, well, I've got it on film. We'll see what the comments say.
Yeah. Oh,
Because I was just walking around filming the booze.
So
anybody shows up at a knife show to sell clones, I want to just flip their table.
What you got there, Gary? I just made you big.
So
again.
this is another Almar. This is from the 80s.
Did they still make a knife?
Almar?
Yes. Through them.
We'll talk about that. Yes, they do, is the answer. But this is a nice slip joint. It's a hollow grind.
Ooh.
Nice bolster. Looks to me like rosewood scales. Very well built. Very nice. Okay, Almar's interesting. Almar doesn't have a factory. Almar doesn't make knives. Almar is Almar is like a lot of these companies today who they're just some dude ordering knives from somewhere else. And at that time, somewhere else was Japan. And so, they were just, Almar was a designer and he was having contracted knives made and he curated the quality. So it was good quality. And so now they're like, well, somebody else bought them. I forget who bought them. They're like, we can make a lot more money making them in China. Now, the shame of it is the knives that they're making in China are quite nice. But the whole shtick with Almar was Japan.
Right.
So, but making it in China is just, totally.
Takes away from the whole purpose of getting an Almar.
Whoever bought it didn't understand it.
They didn't see the value in keeping it in Japan because that's what people were finding unique about it. We have several used ones that I post on Instagram, and I always invite makers to collaborate in case they want to. And he sent me DMs. I would love to collaborate with you, but people can't get this knife. It's a beautiful knife. Glad you've got it, but it doesn't help me to collaborate. I'm like, you don't have to tell me that, but I appreciate it. Which made me think that, we've got, and people come in when they're looking for them, they look for them specifically. They look for weird stuff in Huntsville, Alabama. And I guess in all knife stores they do. And some of the people, I'm surprised because I'm a very peaceful kind of empath kind of person, but I've almost walked out effing people 3 times, today being the 3rd time. I almost walked out just because I don't need it. And I was done with knife people.
What is that, Gary?
That's just a chef's knife I got. It's in Jin 3, which is a Japanese steel.
Yeah.
I made you big so you can show it because I didn't see it, unfortunately. Ooh.
It's not exactly my style, but I was kind of in the mood for it. I like that it's Sanmai construction. It's stainless.
Traditional Santoku vegetable knife?
Yeah. Or whatever you want to cut with it knife. But
right. They call it a vegetable knife, but
the guy said something.
That's my new, and I'm in the process of making now.
The guy said one thing to me that sort of irked me. He's like, "Careful, it's sharp." And I just was like, "Dude, every knife on my table is sharper than this knife. Do you understand?"
When I take it home, it's going to be sharper.
And I did. I had to fix it. It wasn't sharp. It wasn't as sharp as it should have been.
Right.
Tell me.
But that just goes to what people expect. I mean, I think you obtain a level of extreme sharpness, and you're probably expecting a similar, maybe not as sharp, but a similar level of refinement. And you don't see that because my experience, no offense to Shane, because he's learning, is most good makers, Steve Clary, aren't the greatest sharpeners. Most. Yeah. I do say most.
Yeah, a lot of them aren't. Yeah, I see their edges, but they're the last to know, it would seem.
Often. I want to show you a young man I met at the Rocket City Knife Show. He makes Bally songs. This is a Bally song that Knives and More bought from him. It's called the Polecat No. 7. I'm not interested in Bally songs. This is Damascus. he does this all the old way, and he's probably maybe 20, 21. But off of his scraps, he makes these little scalpels out of titanium and Damascus. And it's got this bolt on either Baker's Forge or somebody else's. This one is made out of a
I
single.
don't know why I want that thing, but I do. It's only good for one thing.
Yeah, this is made out of whatever 6AL4V tie, and it has Montelusa meteorite inlays, Damascus Steel Lab, which is added, so that must be a company.
That blade is bolted to that handle too, right?
Yeah, it's got 3 bolts because again, it was a Valley Song, I guess, handle. But he makes these with wood inlays. I wanted to show you the mace that he had at the show. So this is the mace he had at the show. That's titanium. It weighs 4 pounds, 14 ounces. The spikes are individually tuned and heat treated to 55 HRC. They're Damascus. The head is one piece of titanium tapped 17 times. And I talked to this young guy because
that looks like a super practical tool.
It's not at all, but he made it because it was cool, which I appreciate. I said, why'd you make it? He goes, if you've got the materials and the time, you can make anything. And I was like, dude, you got to have skill and imagination.
It is impractical, but I can appreciate impractical sometimes. Now, I'm not going to buy that and try to make it work for something else. But I bet
this guy lives at home.
That knife with the bolt-on blade is pretty impractical too, but it doesn't make me not want it.
Look at this is the one that John bought, one like it. Look at that wood inlay and that Baker's Forge.
That's beautiful. I don't know what you would use it for.
Only
seems like it'd be really cool to throw.
But would it? I mean, look at he spins these things, but look at the blades on his valleys.
Yeah.
But just stuff that I would never be interested in. But when you look at this guy, he is like a lot of people I meet, very humble, but he is the epitome of a balisong nerd. What I think of as a balisong nerd, but a very nice guy. That's him.
Yeah.
And he
looks like Tim Reed.
Hey, I'm telling you, this guy is going to keep doing, and he does it in his garage.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just making cool stuff happen.
I 100% support it, even though I don't need.
It's not my jam.
Yeah.
Yeah, not my jam. Not my jam either. I, the knife world is far and wide, and there are knives that I get and knives that I don't. But I realize that it all makes the knife world go around. And if I had a knife store and only sold the kinds of knives I liked, I'd probably be missing out on a lot of sales. So
that's something I learned from the old guy who quit collecting knives about 6 years into being in business with the knife store, because you are forced to look at them differently, which makes sense because they're your bread and butter. So emotional attachments kind of go to the wayside. But
I think another thing that happens if you,
I'm saying, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think another thing that happens when you own a knife store, besides that, is you start to learn what you really like when you're hands-on with everything.
Correct.
Like what you like more, and what you don't like, you learn. Like, I thought I liked this. I like the idea of this, but I actually don't like this.
I love the idea of large, tactical, menacing, scary fixed blades. But when I buy them, they sit on a table for years until.
Right. Or like I bought that big Bowie knife to go camping with my parents.
Right.
Occasionally.
I'd have been better off with an Almar.
Yeah, that Freeman fixed blade I bought at Blade Show is mounted to my chest rig with all my other combat implements that I'm not only am I never going to use it, I'm not even healthy enough to use it anymore. But I love it.
My God, you'll go down looking good.
Yeah, I
people will pick your body for stuff for a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Find me dead on the battlefield. It'd be worth digging through my pockets.
You'll be carrying some nice stuff.
Yeah.
But just the fact that little guy spends so much time on those, and those knives are not inexpensive, nor should they be. But I would think that's even more of a niche maybe Bally songs are a lot bigger than I think, because there's always a group of them at Blade Show. But I would think that's even more nichey than if he just focused on fixed blade.
Yeah, it's not my crowd, but I get it. I appreciate the different things. Here's an interesting. This is actually probably going to end up being a sermon illustration at some point. But I was talking to a guy at this knife show. He's a purveyor. He was a purveyor. He wasn't a maker. And he had a lot of nice a lot of nice slip joints, some fixed blades. Nice, like lots of knives in the $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 range, $2,000 range. And I was just talking to him, and he's an older guy. You know, some of these guys just like to talk. I don't think humility was his gift. But what he said was, you know, as we went along in the conversation, he's like, I think anybody who spends more than $100 on a knife is a dumb mother effer. Now, I was just like, what? So here you are trying to make a living off of something you don't believe in? You think that all your customers are stupid?
By a lot.
You know, like you don't even like knives? Dude,
Yeah,
there are a lot of better ways to make money than buy and sell knives. I'm going to be honest with you. Buy and sell real estate.
But don't you think it draws out a specific type of asshole, people that would just thrive on that? And maybe that's what's kicking them over the curb, is just being able to act so pedantic and not really have any basis for their, except I've just got nice stuff.
I don't know. I think the guy I think he just sort of trolls around trying to find sales and picking up knives, buying and selling. I see a lot of these purveyors buying and selling to one another as much as anything else.
Well, we had an experience. I don't think Shane was in Nashville, where I was with a guy about his size, and we had a husband and wife come up and try to push us out of line because they'd stayed the night in the hotel, and just because they didn't make it there, they were just buyers and flippers. And so they rushed past us to the Demco table because that's where they wanted to get all their stuff to go put online right when they left. And then behind them was the couple from E-Knives, who I find to be very nice people. They do the exact same thing. But without the aggression and the anger and you're trying to get something I want. No, I'm not. I'm just going to look at his knives. I'm going to buy a shark cub. You know, I'm not going to get one of his custom.
John, was this while I was trying to shoot my shot with Swags?
I think it might have been. You missed that opportunity. She's a knife maker now.
Yeah, something like that.
I think she married the son of, if I'm not mistaken, or did she marry the guy that started it, Rosecraft? I always liked her little.
I didn't mean to sidetrack you, John.
You did. I have both of those knives.
Go back.
You totally sidetracked me, dude, because that's back when Swags was all that. No, but they were very rude people. And I've learned from certain people, no names or even implications made by this statement, but people at knife shows who want you to come sit around and look at their collection at the pit. I don't care about your knives. I think that's great, but I've been looking at knives all day. Why do I want to come look at yours and hear you tell me about each one of them? I look at him as cutting tools. So what was his reason for, you just think he thought that you could get by with a $100 tool, yet he was selling all that extra $2,300 per knife he just thought was money to put in his pocket? That just seems so contradictory. And it does sound like sermon material, because it sounds like he's missing the boat.
It sounds to me like he doesn't believe in his own product.
Or the people that are paying his way and keeping him able to sell his product.
Yeah.
What did you say he was selling knives for, you? How much?
He had a range, but he had knives into the thousands of dollars.
Mainly 3 to 6, you said, roughly in that.
Yeah, I would say his cheapest knives are around 300. Yeah, I would say that was probably his cheapest knives.
And he knew you as a maker, but you could have also been a buyer that would have been turned off by that statement. And I wonder how many other people he turns off by that kind of crap.
I don't know. He's telling a lot of stories that didn't sound very true to me. Um, yeah, yeah. It. I think the BS ran deep.
Am
in
I
that statement.
naive, or do you see two, and probably much more than two, but do you see that super humble, almost imposter syndrome maker and that overly arrogant maker that doesn't have really the work to boast their arrogance? Do you see two sides when you go to these shows, or are they all kind of cut from the same cloth, just at different stages of their craft?
You know, just like everywhere, there's a variety of people. I think most knife makers are familiar with the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Mhm.
So, there are times where some knife makers are like that. Like they just, especially sometimes at first, like they don't realize how bad their knife is, and everybody's polite and tells them it's wonderful when it's not. That doesn't help them. But so, yeah, I find humble makers. Sometimes I look at their prices and think, that tells me what they think of their knives.
And sometimes what they think of themselves.
Perhaps.
And I think when, like you shared a few weeks ago, if you have somebody's ear and you can tell them, buddy, you're better than that. I think it's good to hear whether they change or not, because I think that reinforcement could help somebody like that that's maybe pricing themselves out of the market. Because I want to see people continue to do well.
John, do you mind reading Patina's last comment? I think that's a
How
good
common is it for a maker to go through the Knife Makers Guild process anymore, Gary? It seems the older crowd really puts more credence into it, but doesn't seem as prevalent now. Great question, Patina.
I think there's been a real resurgence for some of the younger makers. The guild got very stodgy, and there's big arguments about, is a water jet cut knife a custom knife, and they did arguments about some of those things. They seem to be sort of in a rebuilding phase right now, where they're sort of getting more interesting people. But for myself, like, I just, there's the craftsman side of me and the businessman side of me. And there are some dues that are involved with the Knife Makers Guild, and there's some work involved and some stuff you got to do. And I'm just like, what does that bring me for what I have to bring it in terms of
In
work
value towards your
money?
product versus taking time away from your perfecting your craft.
And I've talked to some of those guys, and they've encouraged me to maybe do it. I just don't see the value in, especially whereas I'm going a little more the production road. Like I'm trying to produce knives, sort of boutique production versus straight up custom. But I don't know too many people that are going to buy your knife because you're in the guild.
Because of that designation, when they're going to judge it based on some of its parts, right? The way it is.
Yeah, they're going to judge it for what it is and whatnot. So, yeah, I don't have an interest in it. But I think, if you're a certain kind of maker and you want to pursue that, I could see there could be value in there, in the networking and some of those things. But for me, I never had a lot of desire to go that direction. And I'm sure I could if I wanted to. You got to make knives and they got to get judged. But like even that process, like they want you to make a certain kind of knife. I think you need to have do a knife with bolsters, and like it's got to be a particular kind of knife that looks like custom knives looked, a few years back. So there was this other knife maker. I don't even know the knife maker's name at this show I was at. And his knives, they were super buffed to the point where there was no clean lines on them. Everything was sort of smeared, and they were chunky, and the geometry was bad, and the handles were like shovel handles, like they were enormous. And I assumed these were forged, and they were some kind of basic carbon steel. And this guy wanted like $300, and I was just like, for his knife, $400, and I was just like, dude.
Gary, have you seen what knives like that? Like I used to be a big Demolition Ranch fan, and he went up to Alaska and stopped and bought a knife. Like as soon as he got off the plane, he bought a knife for his trip. And you said it just looked like a chunk of 2x4 glued to each side of a piece of metal that was drugged across the concrete, and it's $350.
Yeah,
and those apparently people just pay that up there. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't paid that much attention not only to the knife prices. It seems like the imported knives have gone up in price, but I don't know how much of that's tariff related versus them just realizing what the market will bear related. Or
That's just China's business plan and everything, John. It's the same as when they got into cowboy boots. They started out much, much cheaper until they put everybody out of business, and now a Chinese cowboy boot costs the same thing as an American-made cowboy boot. You can call it what you want, whether it's what the market can bear, but it is their business plan. It's how they fund their country, their military, their genocides is how they finance all of it, and we pay for it.
If I wanted to have my Mako made in China, and I was going to make a good quantity of them, 500 or 1,000 of them, I could probably have them made. Now, I can't speak to the steel quality. Let's say I was going to just make it in like a 9CR MOV or a 14C28N or something like that, which is probably their version of that. $12. My cost, $15.
And regardless of what you sell it for, what do they sell those knives for now? Their designs.
They would sell a knife like that for $60.
Yeah. John just sent me a Chinese-made fixed blade recently, and it's a
HX Outdoors.
Yes, it actually keeps me up at night because it's
$99.
It's very well done. I won't show it or promote it or anything like that because I don't believe in it. It's very well done at $99, and I wouldn't argue to say that it's not worth $99. But you're probably right. They've probably got $15 in it.
Probably.
But
and
does the currency even translate?
Carbon, hardware, everything.
Yeah. Where I can't buy the hardware for $15. Not US made.
I remember Greg said in one of his videos that he was approached and they could send him a finished Praetorian in a box for less than he could ship one to China for.
Yeah.
And he didn't know how they could even do that. But like you said, if they're undercutting everything. Yeah, Todd, Kaiser is using 1095. And I've actually got it close because these things are a 1/4 inch thick. And I've been beating the crap out of them. And I think 1095's okay. AEBL you can buy for like $10. But they're so thick, I don't have a problem with them. And they're over there. Check this beast out. It is made out of AEBL.
How much is that?
It's expensive. They're like $350. Okay. 6-inch cutting area. I think it's a 12-inch.
If I was young enough to go back in the military and had to go to combat, I would probably want my knife in AEBL just because I know what we did with knife. I never stabbed anybody. I was never in a knife fight, but we've hammered them into things to open them. We pried pallets apart. We pried crates open. I think AEBL is a fine blade steel for that application.
They say, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, it's SAPPER. Is that sapper or is that saper?
Sapper.
Okay, so this is based on a sapper blade shape, which is allegedly had something to do with mine finding in the military and a couple of other hard use military purposes. But one thing they mentioned was mine location.
I feel like if you locate a mine with a knife, that could be a bad day.
I would think that would be the worst day. I would think you would want something.
Not if you hit the side of it.
I want a little longer handle.
No doubt. No doubt. Kyle's punching the air right now, Patina Turner said, because I'm talking about my 1095. I'm going to grab one to show you what I mean by how thick they are. Now, should they sell it for less than 70?
Why not make it a 16th of an inch thinner and make it out of ABL and it'd be twice as strong?
But they make one out of ABL for $2 more. And I think it's because people are asking for 1095. Because I have people come in and ask for it.
Well, you also said you have those same people that you were just calling them idiots 20 minutes ago. I just don't see a purpose in using it.
So TCal sub 4-inch blades priced at 300 plus, sort of outrageous or overhyped. Well, I would say I know who makes TCal's knives because I was in their shop. And it's not TCal.
No, I don't think he does much. He puts them together there, I think, to some extent.
And the way they're making them is way more expensive than the way I make them. Doesn't make them better, but does make them more expensive. I would say their tolerances are higher than mine. But in a fixed blade like that, I don't know that that's necessarily a super high consideration. But knowing what they have in a blade, just the blade, is a lot because it's fully machined. My process is a little different, and so I can get an equivalent knife with at least as good heat treat, at least as good, or if not better, geometry for half that. Well, no, not half that, but 30% less than that. Also U.S. made, also yada yada yada.
I used to let TKL's pricing kind of bother me, Gary, because I'm like, well, not just TKL, but a lot of brands. And then I have to remind myself that it's not the same thing. I'm not selling a machine-shaped, machine-ground, batch heat treat. That's not what I'm doing. Now,
I am.
Right. But am I going to tell you that my knife's better than that? In some cases, I'm sure the heat treat and geometry probably could be, but I just appreciate the fact that there are knife people out there that are willing to pay for the fact that a guy made it. A guy did this, not a machine. And I've mentioned that before too. As much as I respect TKL for owning and operating in a U.S.-made knife company, he's not a knife maker.
Right.
He's a knife company owner. Now, he may have been a knife maker at some point in time. I don't know.
A lot of these guys that started these companies weren't necessarily knife makers. Right. But I think we're in a bit of a renaissance as it relates to small companies out there, like these small mid-size. And I heard TJ Schwartz talking about this on their podcast, like they're an example of one.
I love that little knife of theirs.
Yeah, it's a neat design. It's a cool company. I think it's a fair price. Companies like myself, I'm smaller in this game than a lot of these other guys. I'm working on not being as small. But just you go around and there's TCal's another one. Now he's building sort of the knives like mine, but grinding them by hand. Very good knife company. Yeah. Is another company, Reef.
How are they pronounced? Reef? I always pronounced them Rife and was
maybe I'm not sure.
I think you're right. I've been in the comments, which I rarely get in, corrected a lot that it's Reef spelled Reiff. So
yeah, I don't know. It's rife for mispronounced.
And SC does something similar, right?
SE does. They're a little bit bigger at this point. They're a bigger player, I would say. But there's just a number of Spartan. That would be another. McNeese. There's just a number of kind of small, mid-sized production companies that are coming up. And so what I think I see is just great choices for people that, want American made, high quality, and varied. Like my knives are very different than TK's knives are very different than
Absolutely.
TK Schwartz's
Sure, y'all
knives
are
are very
totally
different.
different. You could collect both. I mean,
It's like they came out of different factories and workshops.
but they're both offer something really unique.
Exactly.
And what I think so
I
cool
don't have
about
any
it,
interest, Gary, in ever owning a knife company. John has pushed me in the past, to looking into having this done for me and that done for me. But if it
'cause I
came
want to
down
help you get big so you can
I
put me
know,
to
but
work.
if it came down to me just having to manage the numbers of a knife company, I wouldn't want to do it. Like I love walking up to the grinder with a piece of steel and knowing that the last 3 times I tried to change something, I hated it. But this time I do something, I look at it and I love it. That's the reason why I do this. I don't
Are
have
you full time?
Well, I'm disabled, so I work when I can.
Okay.
But I don't have to have this, if that's what you're asking.
My goal, amongst other things, is to be able to, obviously I get paid by my church. I would consider myself, especially with as many years as I've been doing it, what they would call bivocational. I'm not getting a full-time salary.
Right.
Maybe 2/3 type of deal. But I would like to get to the point where, the knife company can be my primary income.
Right.
And you can't do that going up to a grinder with a bar of steel.
Absolutely
I mean,
not.
I know there are guys that do it,
but I
they
love
use
the fact that there's people like you and there's people like McNeese, TKL, and then there's also people like me. But
Oh, yeah.
it took me a while to realize that I'm not competing with people like you. It's
I'm not
two
competing
different
with
things.
anybody.
Right. It's two different things.
They're going to buy my knife, they're going to buy your knife, and they're going to buy somebody else's knife. Just give them enough time.
Right.
It's not like, it's not like people buy one, like the people in this world. It's not like they go out and buy one knife.
Right.
Well, I'm good. I got my good knife. There are some people like that, but for the most part, these are people that are, the next new thing. My niche is the steel, knowing about the steel, jumping on new steels, bugging the mills to give me new steels. Like I just sent some emails today.
Well, being a name that they consider, I think that's awesome that you've gotten in there and have access to that.
But the reason I brought that up, though, Gary, in your opinion, should I be concentrating on price? Like if somebody in the chat right now wanted a particular TKL knife and they reached out to me and asked me if I can make them something in that same style, and I would be able to say, well, I know I can offer you a better steel. I know I can offer you a better heat treat. I know well, let's take geometry off the table. Let's say they wanted it just like TKL made it. In your opinion, where should I be on price, though? Should I think I should be cheaper than TKL? Or should I be a little more expensive than TKL if I'm on it? That's where I get confused. I'm never sure where I should be.
Talk to Kyle.
Pricing's tricky business. TKL has built a name for themselves. They spend a lot of money on marketing, I believe. And so
they do a lot of community outreach through their social media and have built a fan. I would say they built a pretty strong fan following.
They have. Jacob at Very Good Knife Company's in the process of doing the same thing.
I don't know that a handmade like shop made, because TKLs are, most of them are pretty small, aren't they?
Most of them are medium to small by their standards, and I would consider them, yes. 8 inches and
But
less.
let's not say you, because I don't, I haven't examined all your knives. Let's say I made a knife
Right.
in my shop that was custom in that size. I'd have trouble getting a whole lot more than TCal's getting for that production knife.
Right.
I just would, even if I did good steel,
But you're
good
talking about the
geometry.
market. You're saying you'd have trouble getting it. Do you mean you'd have trouble asking it?
I think I'd have trouble selling it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is weird, and I don't know that it's even fair. But when you're trying to think, well, should I be charging more because I made all this? I did all this myself. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
It's tough.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. If you said, Shane, for $300, you can go online and order one of my knives that's a mid-tech, whatever you want to call it, or for the same money, I will hand make you the exact same knife. I would definitely feel better, especially for the same money, getting one that you made.
Yeah, I think yeah. So I had some real early Magnamax minnows, and I hand ground 3 of them. And I charged probably about $60 or $80 more than a PG would be, than like a machine ground one.
Right.
Do I like Andy Roy?
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that.
Or Andy, I don't know who that is.
The Steve Kalari, Alex Steingraber collab they did, and I don't want people to get this confused. It wasn't like Steve paid Alex to do all that. Steve went through Alex to use Alex's people to cut the knife out and do the heat treat. And then when it got back to him, he hand ground it. That still means something to me, that he had at least had a touch in it. And the most important 2 touches, in my opinion, are the grind and the heat treat. That's the kind of, if you told me, hey, I'm having all this water jetted machine done, but I heat treat it and I grind it, that to me, that's worth more money than a 100% factory made knife.
So looking at Fiddleback, I think they're fairly priced for what they are. Looks like they're all hand ground.
Are they the ones that are similar to LT Wright, or is that a different? That's at Bark River. That's the different.
Not Fiddleback. Fiddleback is the company that Whitty was offering to send me to.
I got you.
For some apprenticeship type thing.
I think Fiddleback, they're not my style, but they make a nice knife.
He's a gilded maker, right?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he's.
I think I've got a picture of one of his knives right here.
Pretty sure he's pretty high. Like, people have very positive opinions of that guy and his knife making. I don't know anything about it. But.
That's it, Garrett Fleming. Hold on.
I've heard many things, but
a couple of old ones down there.
The reason I didn't go was for the same thing you're saying, Gary. I didn't feel like what I feel like is important in knives and where my passion is. I didn't feel like fell into or was the same as his, so I didn't know that I would get something out of it. Now, could I have got something? Could I have benefited from him teaching me some finishing things, some refinement things? Absolutely. But I don't want to sit there and have somebody tell me about heat treat or geometry when I don't agree with their heat treat or geometry.
Well, it looks like he's doing convex. So here's got a knife in A2 steel that's a quarter inch longer than my minnow in A2, 3/32, so similar thickness to my minnow, and he is $385.
Right.
So
you're also paying for that discal taper on the handle, which I don't get. I don't want to pay you to do that because I don't care anything about it.
I don't think this one has a distal taper.
Oh, I've never seen a knife of his that didn't have a discal taper on the tang. I'm not saying they don't exist, but
maybe it does.
Yeah.
I can do that in about 5 minutes on my surface grinder.
Right.
Gary, you know what
Little
Jacob
sign plate.
Create sells his little chickadee for, don't you? I bought 3 of them.
No.
They're $285 flat ground.
Okay.
And he has somebody else do them. Now, that's a fiddleback forge right there, a Monarch A2 tool steel with a philo burlap micarta scales. And I bet he is a guild guy. Because that looks like
he's in certain circles, he's very highly regarded.
And this guy has the worst imposter syndrome of anybody I know. That's a guy named Greg Datcher, who is an artist in Huntsville. He buys the finest materials and makes these knives and sells them criminally cheap for what they are. If you took just the materials of that knife, it's Baker's Forge, Tiger Mai with a carbon wood handle, and he does that stacked leather sheath, and that's about a $435 package.
You know, I'm price sensitive because I just want to be accessible to people.
Right. You're making a knife to do business, to get down to business with.
Yeah, that could eventually be in a retail setting. Well, it is in a retail setting. I just sent 40 knives out today.
You should have it. You should have another retail setting. I think your knives would do great in stores. You don't see them. You see big ass bushcrafting knives. You don't see any, and more people like smaller fixed blades.
And modern steels and modern materials and blah blah blah. Yeah. So Freight and Lock is a little dealer up in Syracuse, New York. I sent them 15 knives, and I sent Knife Center about 25 today.
Congratulations.
So yeah, they ordered them a few weeks ago, and I finally got them together for them. I'm running out of knives again. I got to make more.
I've got to find out, because when you spiked me up when you said, "Oh, you do trade for knives," I've got some fine knives.
Well, I generally want American stuff. So
I got American stuff. I figure you like folder stuff more than fixed blade stuff too.
What ram lock? Do you got a mini MSI?
I've got a full size SOCOM. I don't have a mini MSI yet. I've got this one right here. We do have 2 SOCOMs inbound. We've got one in stock, and I like it because it's got studs, and I think it's the best of the ram locks they've done. The SOCOM. This is a stitch with some. I've got the original aluminum scales, but these have different.
Do they charge more for the aluminum?
It's only about $10 more than the G10, ironically, and the action is night and day. The G10 is so much less smooth than the aluminum.
So you said you have a SOCOM with the ram lock?
We've got one that I've been trying to buy. I'll tell you what else I've been very interested in. Have you seen the ProTech Avalon button lock? The new ProTech button lock that's come out with thumb studs. We've got 2 of those in. But the Avalon, let me show you a picture. I just took one today. The Avalon, or the SOCOM, used to be a really big, thick knife. They've made a finger choil in the blade, and the overall blade geometry is a lot thinner. It feels great. Let me get. And I'll also show you this ProTech. This ProTech is what I'm afraid, because I played with it. They say if I play with it a lot, I won't want to buy it, but I still want to buy this knife. That's a MagnaCut button lock with thumb studs. And
is
then
that auto?
The SOCOM, it's a manual.
Oh, it's manual. Okay. I have an auto kind of like that.
Yeah, and that's the SOCOM ram lock.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that.
And it's
but you don't know it.
But I'm getting close to it. It's because I take them knives and trade all the time. This knife has blown me away. That's a ZT 0117. I've never owned a ZT. It's got what you would think of would be like an Axis style bar lock. That thing weighs 1.9 ounces. It has some of the best action I've ever felt, and it's got a super thin MagnaCut blade for about $240. But yeah, they're I've got good access. I've got MSIs coming in, but the first run of the MSIs coming in are going to be a lot more expensive because they're titanium than the mass. They're what do they call them? Marathon Selects, Marfione Selects. I always say it wrong.
Hey, John, I'm going to jump off. I want to jump off and hang out in the chat for a little bit.
Hey, look what I've done.
What? Gary, I appreciate you answering all my questions, bud.
Yeah, it was helpful.
I sent Neil because he also won my last channel member giveaway. So I've got to get two out there.
Is that emulsion working good for you still?
I absolutely love it. I've stropped everything I owned.
They're adding one micron right now.
You remember me telling you, and this may not be a good way to test a knife, but when I open a knife, the first thing I do is I touch my thumbprint to the edge to see if it snags my skin, to see if it's sharp. And I had knives that didn't do that, and literally just three or four swipes back and forth on that strop with that emulsion, and they did do that. So that's what makes me happy. That's what I look for, and it achieves that.
And you said it went so much further than what you used before. Yeah, just a few drops.
The bottle is tiny, but it was literally, I don't know if I can see. I'm probably down to about right here. I used maybe 3 drops on a 12-inch strop, and it painted the entire thing green. So,
and did you get 3 or 6, Shane? Because I was going to get 1, but they were out.
I got 6. I like a higher mic. I don't care about mirror edges and all that.
So everything Kyle taught me was a lie. I should have stuck with Jared's information.
What?
Jared is the one that always said, get a 6 micron. It's the best mid-range. And Kyle was like, no, you should get a 1 micron. And you should.
I mean, that's just personal preference.
I'm kidding. I mean, Kyle knows I'm messing with him if he's out there. He's probably falling asleep.
Of course, I think you should get all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And go through several progressions. But I found out, Gary, I had some TS Prof stones, and I would take my knives through each stone. And I learned from Kyle that I can obtain the same edge by maybe using every other stone because they were so
easily.
They were, yeah. I was just not, smart enough to.
I'll see y'all in the chat, John. Appreciate you.
Take care, Shane.
Bye.
So, you say you like American knives. So have you ever, you like American Blade Works? I'm crazy about them. I'm trying to think. Hinderers. You're not crazy about, I'm trying to think what I would have that would, I've got a lot of Benchmades, but everybody's tired of Benchmades. I've got some old, unique Benchmades too.
Now, when you say old, what do you mean by old?
Like, not old, like I've got a Valet. It's not.
I got one of them.
And then I've got a Mini Loco. This is probably my favorite Benchmade. This is first production. Really thick. It's got a blade hole, and it's got one of the best actions.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
S30V. Cool. Yeah, take a look at it online. It's called the Mini Loco. Really. Got a 940 and a 945. I've got a Mini Adamas. Got a lot of Spydercos. Got some. Have you ever had an axial out the front? Do you like automatics at all?
Not as much as I used to. They're legal now, so.
Okay. No need, no foul. Even out the sides?
They are legal, so I'm not interested in them anymore.
Oh, you liked them when you were.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen one of these? A ProTech Magic Whiskers that doesn't have a button anywhere?
Oh, no, I haven't seen one of those.
You've got to use the back end of your palm to move this scale ever so slightly. I just bound it with my fingers, but you just give it a little twitch and it fires out. I gave it to both my dad and my mom. Granted, they're old, and just challenged them to open it. And you just give it a little twitch with the back of your thumb. Pretty cool.
That's cool.
Whiskers is the guy who designed it. The first one was the Magic Whiskers, which was a smaller front bolster activated. But yeah, we'll talk sometime offline, and I'll come up with something cool to at least send you to check out to see if it'd be something you'd be interested in. If not, I definitely want to move forward and pick up. If that Magnamax comes back, let me know. That minnow, and if you have any air steel,
I have both those
makers,
things available. Yeah.
yeah, I want to just talk to you and PayPal you, and we'll just go from there. Probably be the easiest. But you say kitchen knives. When you break out how you do what you do, I know you've been dealing with shows and you've got shows still coming up. Do you try to keep, I know you do your bushcraft much less, but do you have a balance that you try to work within?
Well, I try to keep the PG series knives of some nature in stock all the time.
Right. That's why I always go to your website and you can see right there what's available.
I want to add a new model to that. And then I want to pull over the bushcraft into the PG series, have them ground. But it's so capital intensive because, like folklore bushcraft is like 4 times, 5 times as much steel as
Right.
as a minnow, let's say. So it's and the grinding will be more too. So that's the other piece of it. And I have to do 300 at a time. So,
which is a jump from what you're currently producing, what you're able to produce in a big way, or is it?
In terms of the big knives,
Then yeah, the big knives. Like if you jump to 300, is that tripling your capacity of what you currently are able to do?
That's a good question. So I have about 100 orders outstanding for the Folklore Beast, the thick one in 8670. That's the one that I already have 100 sold of, essentially. That if I switched it to a PG, I could lower the price a little bit.
And fulfill the orders quicker.
And then get them all out. Yeah. Because right now, each one is hand ground. Actually, for a lot of the beasts, each one is in-house heat treated. So, if I send them out to get heat treated, I have enough steel for it. I have six plates of 8670, but it's 275 thousandths thick, and my laser couldn't cut it.
That's a whole nother level that you have to add to your costs going into producing.
A little bit. It's it'll be $4, $5 a piece to cut them out. But that's another $5. But the laser's right down the road, so I just throw the steel. A plate of 275 thick is heavy.
And this is, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but do you go off site to make all this happen, or is this all in different parts of your abode where you have your steels and you can make this stuff move from, or do you go somewhere and do this every day?
The shop is a detached garage.
Okay.
And yeah, so that's where most of that, but parts of the house are like the fulfillment and sharpening and some other things.
Right.
So the dirty work happens out in the shop, grinding, laser cutting, cleaning up, surface grinding, surface conditioning. The laser's up in the house though. So I have a cutting laser that's in the shop and an engraving laser that's in the house.
I got you. That's where you do all your maker's marks and stuff like that before you ship them. Is that kind of one of the last things you do?
Yeah. And I saw a facility would be perfect where I could house all that in the same facility. It's $139,000. It's in the town about an hour away from me though. So that would be a long commute to go work.
About half of that would be perfect for the way my ADHD brain works. Gives me just enough time to get ready for work and just enough time to get home and get it off my system. But an hour is quite a ways unless the traffic's not prohibitive.
It's not. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's in Pennsylvania. It's in coal country. Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
It'd just be a matter of keeping yourself awake for the commute because you probably go in crack of dawn.
I'm not a crack of dawn type of guy. I take my son to school. I drop him off at 9, although next year that's going to turn into like 7:30. And so I would leave from there. And I do like to, my time is split through the week. So
right, because you're essentially juggling, well, being a parent, 3 or 4 things. I'm sure more than 4 when you take all the activities into account.
the two guys that work for me will likely be full-time before I will. So, I want to make sure I have, once you start having to meet payroll, like on a full-time basis for people, that's a whole new
level of responsibility.
Yeah, right now they're just 1099 employees. So, when they move into full whatever, they won't like that because they won't get as much.
But they'll see the long-term effect, because I've done both over my career in a different field, of course, but you see the value that you provide, and you're able to look at, I'm making payroll instead of having to try to find out how to get payroll this week, because it's happening, right? They've got the skill sets to keep the performance going to make it all work. And then I don't see you running into anything that would stifle your growth. I don't know how fast you've grown, because I only became aware of you when Isaac came through the store 2 months ago and showed me your minnow, and then went out and got his Mako. But I can see you be on a path that you kind of can set for yourself. And you strike me as a type of guy that overthinks, not to a bad extent, but you think about everything before you do it. So you're not going to jump into anything half cocked.
No. And, one of the guys that works for me, I was talking to him today, and he's like, well, I did about 600 knives last year. I'm pretty sure I'll get to 1,000 this year. I think I need 2,000 to be full-time. But this emulsion stuff's starting to gain some traction, and I suspect I will sell $30,000 to $50,000 of that in the next year.
Are they mixing that up as well? Are you doing that at the same on site?
That's actually, I gave one of my employees all the stuff he needs to do it. He does it at his house.
I got you. Even because have you looked at other distribution channels, or have you just kind of stuck with where you are now? Because you can't find good emulsion as a sharpener unless you go to Gritomatic or Sharpening Supplies.
Gritomatic doesn't want to talk to me. They totally ghosted me, and they totally ghosted Scott Gunn too. So I don't know what's going on over there.
They're in Atlanta, aren't they? Or they just have a shipping place in Atlanta?
I know they moved recently, but I said, hey, I got this product. Are you interested in blah, 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 blah? And they were one of the biggest distributors of it for Scott anyway.
Do they now maybe make their own stuff? They've just I haven't been on their site in years because I haven't been buying stuff.
The owner's a Russian guy, and sometimes there's some cultural stuff with that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
like you got places like River's Edge Cutlery that I know carry some strop emulsions, your DLTs, your smaller boutiques, which might not carry as much. But people
DLT buy some from me. Knife Center just said they wanted some. Freighted wasn't some. Like, I had to sell it to them. I brought it to them. I showed it to them, and like they had zero interest.
Is it because they don't sell many strops?
I don't know.
Because I know the one place I don't shop much anymore, but I bought one of my best strops there, and they seem more strop focused, is Knife Works in Louisiana. I don't know how healthy they are now, because I haven't bought from them in 3 years, but I got some really high quality strops from them back in the day. And at the time I was using just the crayon looking stuff. I don't think many people had diamond emulsions, maybe DMT that I was aware of. But I think you got from what Shane says, not only a bitey product, but such an easy product to apply. Because I was down to the end of my stroppy stuff, and I'd shaken it up, and I'd taken my little squirt thing, which was clogged out, and just trying to get it on my strop so I could then spread it. Which is just an extra step that, to me,
I solved those problems because I had those problems.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it would be a no-brainer, because I don't know any sharpener, even the guy down at Knives and More for $5 a knife, comes out and strops on a diamond emulsion everything he sharpens on a wheel. He runs it a couple times over a strop, so everybody's using them.
Yeah. I think.
Wow.
I think you get those for cheaper than that. Yeah. But I
Yeah,
usually
Amazon
enjoy
is
them.
a huge seller. I was looking there yesterday. I didn't recognize any of the brands, but they had big glue bottles of what they call diamond emulsion. I bet it wasn't nearly the consistency.
You know, and here's one. I wouldn't put my knives on Amazon, but I was thinking about putting my emulsions on Amazon,
I
and I
searched for them. What does it take to be an Amazon seller?
well, they don't take as big a chunk as dealers take. So I probably have a little better margin with Amazon. Amazon's probably going to take 20-25%. Dealers take about 30.
Let me tell you something. When I search for a strop, or I search for a compound, or I search for a knife, one of the things that modern marketing relies on is Google search. And Amazon has one of the most powerful search engines. So
Yeah, just that.
if you had however many bottles on there, you're going to sell more, I'm saying tenfold, than you would from your dealers. Because
Yeah.
I looked for your, because I went to supply or sharpening supplies. I didn't need the one, but then I went to Amazon just to see. And when I put in Creeley blade strop, it pulled up a lot of other ones, none that were yours. But if I didn't know what it took to be an Amazon seller, I know to be Prime, it's different. But
I would be Prime. It would be fulfilled by Amazon. There's several ways to do it, but it would be fulfilled by Amazon. The cool thing about it is they like the cool thing about that is because it's such a small package. And in fact, I bought the UPC codes for it because you got to buy those. And so I got like 2/3 down the road and just the busyness of life. But I think you're right. I think that's where I need to put them.
I can assure you that anybody searching for it's going to find it above the fold because Amazon comes up tight. And people like me who used to spend all their money at my little DLT's River's Edge Cutlery, I bought a Spyderco PM2 off of Amazon. I buy a lot of everything I podcast with, I've gotten from Amazon. I use it quite a bit. I've gotten my mom to use it quite a bit. And as big as it is, it would, I mean, I don't know what kind of lengthy commitment you have to put on, or if you have to pay monthly, or if it's just a percentage of sales, but I would think it'd be you'd have nothing really to lose.
No, I think it'd be, there's good margin in that product alone, especially compared to knives. And I think getting it on there is the way to go because it's just one of those easy things you can add on to another order.
And the great thing about Amazon is if you order a strop, it's going to recommend other things you should buy under your, like when you click on, I want to buy these lights, it'll say you might want to buy this USB cord. You might want to buy this. So it'll put your emulsions with your other products and just suggest people. And then the whole time you're reading about that strop, I think it's a good thing. A lot of people, small stores don't love Amazon, but for a consumer, I can get it. Usually if I order it on Monday, I can have it on Wednesday. If it's in stock, worst case 7 days, which that's normal.
But then if I have a bunch of people using it, and even if it's not on Amazon, they'll seek it out.
Correct. And then you have more play, I would think, with Gritomatic. They want to make margin, right? Unless they've got something that they're making 80% on because they're making it at Gritomatic, and that's all they want to sell. They want to take their customer base and sell them an inferior product for profit. I would think, I mean, Etsy's, I think they have a lower rate, but they don't get nearly the traffic.
No, not for that.
Amazon is.
When something's Prime and you get it, I'm terrible at shipping. Like you order it off of my site, it might be a week or two before I get it to you.
Guilty as charged. And I even bought the little, which was you probably own one, the little heat printer that you buy the labels for?
Oh, the Rollo.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
Yep,
have
I got
one of those?
right
Oh yeah.
there.
Yeah, that thing made my life so much easier, but it's still, I can't imagine, like when I watch Lefty at Devo Knives ship out a drop, or can't imagine you shipping out knives every week. That's got to get, keeping up with it's got to be tough.
It is. We're getting to the point where now this week wasn't so busy, but where I spend all this time shipping knives, and I got to spend time making knives. So yeah, it can be. It's a juggling act right now.
Do you try to go ship one day a week and have that
Yeah.
day to? Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah,
I would think.
ship one day a week, and then once in a while I'll miss that day, and it won't be till the next week.
Right.
So that's people say but I print the label out pretty soon, and I use it as a fulfillment slip.
Yeah, to help you stay on track of what's got to go out.
Yeah, but like today, I got 20 or 30 regular orders out, and then I got the 25 to Knife Center, and then the 15 to Fraden. So a lot of knives went out today, finally.
And how soon before they drop, or will you know when Knife Center is going to release them?
They usually get them on there a couple days after they get them. So I would imagine they're going to get these Thursday. I would imagine they'd be up by Monday of next week.
I'll definitely do some. I'm not an affiliate. Knife Center doesn't work with any creators. They're the only one. I rarely ever use their links, but I will use their links on yours. I've only done the unboxing. I've not done a full review because I've still been carrying it, but it's going to be a really good.
I wonder why they don't do affiliates. I wonder if it's because they have a pretty hefty presence of their own.
They do. I can remember before I ever had a channel, they were trying to get to 100,000 subscribers, and it was Dave. What's his name? Same guy that's always been there.
David Anderson.
Nice, yes, nice guy.
I've been down there hanging out with those guys. They're good guys.
They're super good guys, but I think they've got their marketing budget tied up in their own social media. I think they're up to 250,000 now, and
I think they're bigger than that.
In followers, they could be
like 350.
They could be. And if you've got that kind of reach and you do the type of content that they've got a room where they can have their new releases each week featured, in a 30-minute live stream. And a lot of people like to watch that. I watched Zach and Ben on Blade HQ when I first got into the community before I ever discovered another knife channel. I was watching what was coming into the stores. So Knife Center is, I've done a lot of business with them. I just know that, and
they're almost up to 500,000 now.
Okay,
495.
And some reviewers have a different take on it, and I'm not like that. I don't make any money on affiliate links anyway, very little. And for me, if the knife's in stock, or if somebody who I support's knife's in stock, I'd much rather it go to that link than not. It doesn't matter to me. But there's some that are on their channels openly against the fact that Knife Center, because it's a very small percentage that content creators get if someone uses their link.
Right. It's not a lot.
It's not a ton, but I can understand if it's not built into your plan, it's not built into your plan. And with that comes, not every reviewer is going to buy a knife and then say that they bought it at Knife Center if River's Edge Cutlery is paying 3 more points. It just gets to be, I could understand why they wouldn't want to do it, but they're the only one that does it that I'm aware of.
Well, and they don't, and again, it's because they don't need to. Now, one of the interesting things, and I heard McNee's podcast talk about this a little bit, the idea of when I give the percentage away to a dealer to sell my knives, which is, in my case, sometimes people make this secret. I don't understand why. 30 points is what my dealers get. That's pretty typical. Most knives out there are going to be somewhere between 25 and 35.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the middle. So, that's my marketing budget. I'm paying that 30 points for marketing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so when I bring a dealer on, that's part of the lens. I bring something to the table in the knife. And so what does the dealer bring to the table?
The buyer.
Marketing, or is that dealer connected to a different group of folks? And so it's a two-way street.
Yeah, absolutely. And
two-way street.
anybody in the retail business, you want to turn inventory quickly, which is advantageous to you because it gets a repeat order quicker. The only thing, and this is, I'm not like this anymore, but what used to drive me crazy about Blade HQ, who does have an affiliate program, and Knife Center, is I would order from both and my order would sit in processing for 2 days. Not a long time, but when you're a dopamine addict and you're ordering knives and River's Edge Cutlery ships it to you the same day, in DLT, you kind of pull for the little guy, and Blade HQ is very fair to content creators. And they're a great place. If I'm looking at 10 knives from 5 years ago, chances are Blade HQ is going to have something that I can show a customer where they can get a knife like that. A lot don't.
Yeah, Blade HQ has reached out to me back in the COVID crazy days, but I talked to them since and they didn't even respond. So I think they're less interested now.
You don't assume that. What I learned is they're overwhelmed, and a lot of times you're not getting the right person. And I'm sure you're looking for, the right departments.
Yeah.
But let me look. I mean, to me, when you're looking at the margins, the store I work for, unfortunately, is set up to where 30% is their break. That's what they can allocate there, what they consider floor space. I never understood under glass space being floor space. I do now. But the thing about a big superstore like Blade HQ, Grittomatic, anyone that carried your emulsion, that's not taking any shelf space. It's taking such a small amount of real estate for a huge return. So to me, I would rather carry Creeley emulsions than Makos. I don't know what the margin difference is, but I know I can get a lot more emulsions than I can Makos in the same bin. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? And maybe I'm not looking at the...
One interesting thing is about Amazon, and this is everybody that sells on Fulfilled by Amazon, which most of what you buy is fulfilled by Amazon or from Amazon. There are other ways to do it, but those are the lion's share of how they sell stuff. They charge you by the volume of the product, like how much space it takes. You pay a storage fee.
I got you. So you're actually not shipping from home anymore. You're sending them the product.
You send them like 200 of them, and then they sell through them. They alert you when it's getting low. Then you send them 200 more. They take care of returns. So it actually, but you do get people kind of screwing you on the returns sometimes.
Right. But over time, it seems like you would hit your sweet spot of what you can make and get rid of. It would be huge for helping you forecast.
And it could be like, I need to send in 500 bottles at a time or 1,000 bottles at a time. And that could be bigger than the knives.
Yeah. I mean, I just think when you've got great, what do you call it? Ancillary products. Cause I started my sales career in the car business, and the biggest car dealers I worked for also owned paper companies that printed all their contracts. They owned companies that hung their secondary paper. So they weren't just selling cars. They were getting in a lot of the businesses that supported the car business, specifically theirs. And as a knife maker, to an extent, you can do a lot of the same things. Because you could partner with somebody, not that it makes sense. I don't even know if it makes financial sense. But I know a guy who has no interest in doing it full-time now, but has made me 2 strops that are amazing, that he could sell for much more than he thinks he could. And there's just so many opportunities of cool stuff and collaborations that just make sense, even if you don't work together, even if you just co-support each other, with a couple of videos. I think to be fruitfully coming up with ideas, nothing is crazy. I think I told the story. I don't have it out here anymore, but a lot of people tell me it's the dumbest idea ever. I had a guy reach out to me with a EDC travel sheath. Did I tell you about that? It was, he wanted to send me one and see what I thought about it. I said, sure. I didn't read the description, didn't know that much about it. It came in. It was a beautiful taco sheath, made almost like a pew sheath. Had foam on the inside, and it had this very inexpensive steak knife in it. And I thought, well, that's the shittiest knife I've ever seen. And so I went to the website and started reading about it. And what it's designed to be is for people like me who used to travel business class for a 2-day show, and I wouldn't want to carry on a bag. I wanted just to have my clothes, and carry it on with me, so I wouldn't have to go to baggage claim. I couldn't take a knife. But this little idea allows you for like $15 to buy a sheath that you can travel with. And when you get to Florida vacation, you can go to Bed Bath & Beyond, Walmart, Knives and More, buy a Wusthof paring knife, and they all fit.
I see.
Kind of a crazy idea, but neat. The fact that somebody thought enough about it to make a few. And when it came to me, I thought, what is this at first? And I thought, well, that's really cool, because I've been in that position. I flew to Las Vegas one year for a convention when PKV was still out there, or PK Vegas. Happened to be 2 blocks from my hotel, and I walked down and bought a Delica because I felt naked not having a knife in my pocket for a week. And then I had them ship it back. But it was just with that little sheath in my pocket, I might have felt different. I don't cut a lot of stuff. I just like having one.
Yeah. It is one of those things. The issue, Toyotas and tools here is saying the issue with Amazon is you'll have a lot of fraud. No, you won't have a lot of fraud, Toyotas. You will have some fraud.
Yeah, there will be a fair amount. But of
course, you've seen thousands of return packages because hundreds of millions of packages were shipped out. So it's a numbers game. So what's the loss going to be? Is it going to be 2%? Is it going to be 5%? Is it going to be 10%? Even if it's 10%, and I'm still right about what a dealer does for me, but then I'm not.
That's a high number too, Gary. I think you even know that's unrealistic.
Yeah,
10%.
It's probably like 2 to 3%.
Yeah, 2. I would think that. I mean,
yeah, that's
1 per 10 bottles is a lot.
Yeah, it may look like a lot when you see the packages being returned, but you got to imagine the number of packages not returned that fraction you're seeing represents.
And a large percentage of those packages returned, you probably know better than me, are put back into inventory and sold.
Yeah, sometimes.
I've seen some of those packages. They're in great shape. I've never returned one because I could tell it'd been opened. It just wasn't what somebody was looking for. Now, maybe with an emulsion or something that's food-based, or, it would be different, but I wouldn't think so.
Yeah. I definitely... definitely that's a good place for that kind of product, but it's a little bit of an undertaking. But I do have the UPC codes, because that's something you have to have for Amazon,
right?
And one thing that scares me, one time I ordered a Japanese paring knife from Amazon. They sent me a case of Japanese paring knives.
But did you keep them all, or did you send them back?
I just kept them.
Yeah. I mean,
I think I still have them. I never did anything with them, but I'm terrible about taking things back.
Well, it's going to cost you $40 to ship that many back, probably too.
Yeah, you'd have to call them and tell them you sent them.
And the point, I wonder if something like that happens, does it fall on you or does it fall on Amazon?
I mean, if they called me and said, "Hey, we think we sold," I would have gladly sent them back, but I wasn't going to go out of my way to do it.
Right. Well, no, I'm talking about if the same situation happened, unfortunately, to you, would that not be an Amazon responsibility for that replacement cost?
Who's that on?
I would have
maybe what they did was put the UPC code on the outside of the box.
That which could be even a more gray area. You're right.
So what they, that's how the system, got it wrong. But now with the pick and the pack and the weights, that should have tripped some kind of alarm somewhere.
Yeah. The wildest one I saw, and this wasn't Amazon, but this was weight tripping. There's and this is why you don't ship knives to knife modders that are popular and use their name. You use their individual name. You don't ship it to knife modders, because those packages get looked at. but a guy who has a YouTube channel sent 2 knives to get customized. They were Grails at the time of his. And when the modder got them, it was the exact same weight of small bottles of personal lubrication. So it was the same weight of these two. So somebody inside the post office, you would have to think, I don't know who else would have access to the package to take the contents out, weigh it, and replace the contents. When it tracked without, and it wasn't like falsely delivered and then rerouted, it tracked normally. So there's always bad stuff that's going to happen, but I think your loss rate would be low because most times they get it right. I don't think I've ever had.
Most of the time they get it right, and I'm not super worried about. But that is another part. Like I can't just say, oh, that's 20%. Even the 20% isn't like fixed. That's a really rough estimate because there are there's the shipping fee, there's the storage fee, there's the how long it's been there. It changes the storage fee, and so the 20% is just sort of like the guesstimation,
right? An educated guesstimation,
of about what it runs. But it could be 18%, it could be 21%. Somewhere.
And you can be pleasantly surprised after a while, and you would think it would get better as you learn the system and the system learns what you're doing.
And the faster it sells, I mean, so the only variable is the storage fee.
Do they have minimum that you can sell? Like is 300 that number of each?
No. I mean, I think
you can have a little store because basically you're creating a little Creeley store on Amazon, right?
Yes. That was the other thing. Like, do I trademark that name or is it already trademarked? That was some of the, that was some of the seller fees. So you got $40 a month, 99 cents per item sold, around 15% for referral fee, fulfilled by Amazon fee per unit costs, picking, packing, shipping, $2.50 to $6.
A referral fee, somebody sharing your link. So if somebody like me went and grabbed your Amazon link and then started sharing it in content and people were using that link, referral fees only come when you, of course, sell stuff, which goes without saying.
Interesting. That comes right out of the seller.
It does. And Amazon keeps most of that. The creator does not keep most of that.
Right. Yeah.
Like
I
YouTube
know, I have
revenue,
affiliate links and
YouTube revenue, we get very little, a small percentage.
Inventory storage monthly fees based on my TV. So annoying. There you go. Inventory storage fees, monthly fees based on volume. $240. Oh, at different times of the year. Q4, it's $240 per cubic feet. January through September, it's 78 cents per cubic feet. But here's the thing: a cubic foot of emulsion is like 100 bottles.
That's your full order, right? I mean, at a time you could get by with sending 100 bottles.
Yeah, and so you're selling, if you're selling through 100 bottles or 400 bottles a month, then that's nothing. Refunded.
And you know what your pro forma is at that time. You know what you're selling down to the bottle almost.
Ooh, long-term storage fees applies to items stored for more than 181 days. $6.90 a cubic foot.
Well, couldn't you simply sidetrack that by not overstocking?
Right. You got to figure that out. But until you know.
Yeah, there's that little bit of risk. But you can also put coupons on it, right? If you want to. I know Amazon does, but I don't know if the seller has, like, if you see that your stuff's getting dates and inventory and you want to knock $5 off to try to move it and have them sponsor it. Because I know just like paying for Google pay-per-click, you can pay to have your emulsion be a sponsored Amazon pick. Amazon doesn't say this is the best product, so we're going to feature them. This guy paid to have their listing at the top of the results. That's why you see sponsored beside it.
I probably won't do that because I'm already paying so much for these other fees.
It's so cheap, and I would almost recommend. I'll find out exactly how much a sponsored post is because it sponsors like 1,000. They do it by, they call it mil, which I think is Greek for 1,000. So they would boost 1,000 of your posts to 1,000 viewers with the preferred link, and then within like 10 listings under it, it'd be shown again for maybe $7 per 1,000 impressions.
Yeah. But anyway, that's another way. Yeah, that is another avenue.
I do too, Twitter. I rarely click on them. If they're Kaisers, they don't cost anymore. All they're doing is they're giving them better placement. But it lets you know that they're somehow bilking the system to get that placement instead of just being organic. I always read reviews. I'm one of those idiots.
The long and short of it is Amazon's making a lot of money.
He's going to space or he's going to the edge of space with his profits.
Yeah.
Yeah, they figured something out. And what's weird is I can remember when they were a bookstore. And do you remember that? You're probably too young when Amazon always sold books.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
And I always wondered, how's that business model going to play out? Because that's when books were starting to become digitized.
Yeah. Yeah. So somebody just filled out I did a Kickstarter. When did I do that? I fulfilled those orders like in the fall. And there were a couple people who did not fill out the survey. And somebody just now filled out the survey. Like they paid for the knife.
But was it a good survey, or do you need to send him a sorry you feel that way email?
No. It's a survey like, what's your shipping address so I can ship it to you?
Oh.
Like they did. I emailed some of them. There's just like 2 or 3 of them. Yeah. There's still one who didn't fill out the survey.
Toyota and Tools, I agree with you 100% and almost think that should fall in truth in advertising. I'm just telling you how Google search, Amazon search, YouTube search, which is the second largest search engine. Most people think it's an entertainment site. It's not. How they work. You can game the system for very little money. And it's interesting because if you're a mesothelioma attorney, that's the most expensive keyword you can buy. And it's going to cost you over $2,000 every 1,000 times mesothelioma attorney shows up in your search result. And then if you're a florist, it might be $5 every 1,000 times it shows up. So the word has value. Search volume, and the return on someone clicking on mesothelioma attorney. An attorney is going to see a lot more return on that $2,000 investment if they get 2 of those people to sue and settle. That's how that pricing gets whacked out. I don't know how Amazon's does, but I used to be a Google ninja.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for the knife companies that I am so tied closely with, we're a prohibited class in Google. You can't even do I couldn't do a online video ad for a very high-end wine shooting range here in North Alabama that's above board. They have a boutique as part of it because it's a husband-wife thing, one of the nicest ranges in the area, and they can't be on the air, any kind of air, because Google says it's bad.
Yeah. Linktree banned me.
Linktree banned me? I lost my Linktree. And I also lost one of my affiliate companies, which is bizarre. I think I got turned in by a guy. I got sideways on that one. But the Linktree thing to me was, because I even was careful to take knife out of every title. So it would be like TRM. It would be like, it wouldn't say, there was no knife in my Linktree except in the URLs. And it was banned, which is fine.
Well, one of the so I sent these knives to Freight and Lock, but I usually trade a knife in addition, so I just subtract it from their invoice. But I got a titanium bulldog, which I think is going to be pretty nice.
A titanium bulldog.
Yeah.
This is going to sound stupid. Not a Kaiser bulldog.
No, a TRM bulldog.
A TRM, dude. It is.
I have a G10.
I've got the G10 with the regular blade hole. This is the one with the bigger blade hole. Can you see the difference in that blade hole and this one? They both work fine.
Yeah.
Both MagnaCut. And I mean, this knife is exact same size as the Neutron in length, but it's thicker, just slightly. It's the, Marianne said it's the thickest blade stock they've done in a folder, MagnaCut, and it's just a delightful. I'm not a river lock guy. I know you are, or a axis lock guy. But this is one of the best. The Shadow and the Bulldog are just, you're going to love it.
Yeah, I have a Bulldog. I just don't have a titanium bulldog.
You know, I didn't think, and I was told that the scales couldn't be switched out. I was told the same thing on the Shadow, and I haven't tried the Shadow, but I successfully did a scale swap on this one just to see if I could do it. And I actually like the G10 as much as the titanium. I made a comment on one of their posts tonight because they're starting to show that beautiful carbon fiber. And before I upgraded all my TRMs, because I have the whole nest, to titanium, because at the time that was what I was, you know, I'd buy the knife, I'd save up, I'd get the scales. And I gave away so many beautiful micarta blanket scales, all kinds of really cool G10 scales and micarta scales, because I didn't think I'd use them anymore once the titanium was on my knife. And now I miss some of those, and some of those new carbon fiber scales look great. And they're lighter. Toyota and Tools, I don't have the large waypoint, but I do have the small waypoint, and I am amazed at how slicey that knife is. Have you seen the Quiet Carrier waypoint, Gary?
Mm-mm.
It is a little washer knife. Pretty simple, not inexpensive. It's got LC200N liners.
Okay.
Totally rust resistant. Has a Vanex blade. This is the regular size. They also make a large one, but it's a hollow ground blade.
How much was it?
I want to say this was about $249 in G10, not in Taiwan, I think. They won't say, so they're not to be trusted. They're one of those secret squirrels. But all of their knives, and I've actually gotten 3 very different ones, are all is nicely put together, which makes me think they might not be China. But they could be. I don't know anything about manufacturing. I can't manufacture. Well, I did replace the carburetor on my lawnmower, so. But I can't manufacture anything. But this is a good little knife. It's just a basic cutting tool. Not very fancy, not very fidgety, but it's great. I bought many knives over the years.
It looks nice. You know, all these Chinese knives.
You know, I happen to think that there's some Chinese guys, Shane won't agree with me, but I think he probably would, that are just like knife makers here, that have pride in their work, that want to do really cool stuff, and that people pay, like Custom Knife Factory, I would think pay more to have this knife OEM'd than somebody like Best Tech would. You know, this is a $700 imported knife. And it's exquisite. I mean, it's you can't say anything except it's not USA made. And it's way too expensive. But they sell every one they get in stock. I bought this on the secondary from a good friend, but it's one that I always thought, even though it cuts my thumbnail quite often, one of the sexiest knives I've seen made. That's the CKF Evo 3.0.
Nice.
But, you know, some people would never see the value in it. I do because I like the design. Hinderers, I like the knives. I like the history. I don't like the 1095 XM24 they just put out, but I appreciate them for something totally different that I appreciate a little Chavez. It's a Chinese made American design knife that I don't know if he could pull this off in the States as nicely. Maybe he could.
He could, but it'd be 3 times as much.
And this was a street. I want to say this was under $300, but it's a G10 M390 basic Chinese knife with what's Chavez's first name? Is Raphael?
I don't know. I'm not.
I know he and Greg are good friends, and he had an interesting when Terrace first came out. Greg shared a really aside about a conversation the two of them had because they're dinner buddies. I think they're good friends.
Greg Benford?
Yeah, Greg and Chavez, because he talks about his buddies who went overseas to have knives made, and if they'd not wanted as many knives made, and I don't think a lot of this was realistic, it was kind of idealistic. Greg said, you slowly invest in the machinery so you can do it yourself, but that doesn't bring down costs. That doesn't do all the things that I think a lot of these custom makers that are trying to scale a little more are able to do with a partner overseas. Ramon, thank you. Toyota and Tools. Ramon Chavez, that's his name. Really nice guy. Younger than I thought he would be.
Yeah, I just, I know Greg is a controversial character. I listen to some of his stuff sometimes, and I'm really on board with what he's saying. I think he really understands the industry, but then he goes off on a political tirade that is extreme. It's a really extreme point of view.
And it takes away from the validity of everything he was saying 45 minutes earlier that talks about why the American industry is in the state that it's in. I mean, I agree with you.
Those are really good points. But then, if you're on one side of the aisle, it's it's all because of government policy. But I don't actually think that's actually 100% true. It's probably a little bit of each, but I really blame big corporations like Walmart is a big reason why things are not made here.
Or we could call them the elite,
not
the elite companies. Yeah.
Walmart said, so these pot holders you make, you're giving them to us for $5. We want them for $2. And they couldn't make them in the US for $2, so they had to outsource them. So more brands outsourced to China. But then they're like, well, man, now we can sell these for this much money. I don't have all the headaches of running a factory.
It's self-fulfilling. I mean,
and now Walmart's all like, oh, we want American. Yeah.
Now Sam Walton was rolling over at his grave, probably. Maybe he thought that was his long-term vision, but everything you hear about him, and I've not read his book, nor do I plan to, he was about the everyday man. Who knows if he really was? But you're exactly right. And unfortunately, there's only so much money to be spent on knives. And right now it's a buyer's market. So it's hard to get top dollar for knives. But there's still people that, have well-established brands. I've never seen Hinderer drop his prices. He doesn't go up much. I haven't seen Chris Reeves drop his prices. And they don't seem to be selling any less knives. Maybe they are. My understanding is their capacities have kind of gone up. I know Hinderers allegedly have. That's why I hear that you see them in stock more than they used to be.
I had a Huffy bike with a USA flag. It was a piece
Huffy
of crap.
bikes were great.
Well, they were junk.
But they were, for what we were when I was 8 years old, breaking teeth out, they were awesome. They
I had
had
a
the little
GT mountain bike. I had a Huffy mountain bike that had a drum brake on it. Very strange.
Oh God.
It was early days of mountain bikes too. But then
I had to say that was a fat tail. That was not a shock absorbing rear end.
Oh yeah, that was rigid. It was all rigid back in those days. And then I got a GT, which was also American made. Oh my gosh, what a difference!
Night
Huffy,
and day.
man, they were just so hard to pedal. They were terrible. I mean, yeah.
When I did my little mountain biking stint, it was in the late '80s, and Specialized was the brand that. And I wasn't getting the hard rocks. I was getting the rock hoppers, the inexpensive Specialized, but they felt great. I ate it on that bike so many times. It's amazing. I'm still alive.
Then I got a bike by a small brand called Barracuda, which was a New York made bike, aluminum frame mountain bike. Then I got a Cannondale, Pennsylvania made.
Those are great bikes. Yeah. Light.
Yeah. But yeah. Now I have an electric bike from REI.
But do you still pedal it some or nah?
Some, yeah.
But it goes off-road, doesn't it? It's one of the REI off-road bikes.
Yeah, it's what they call a cargo bike.
I got you.
Yeah. But you got to pedal it to get the thing to go.
To get it started. But it does it have regenerative power, or once you're out of power, you're pedaling?
Once you're out of power, you're pedaling, but it's only assisted. You can't you have to pedal or it doesn't go.
But you're not having to like torque on the pedals. You're just keeping them moving.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Do you ride alone, or does your fam ride with you?
We would ride around like campgrounds when we go camping and stuff. So we're not doing serious riding or anything.
Yeah, I learned when I could break a hip pretty easily that mountain biking was over. I've got to kick the skateboard habit, but I still like to get out. And it's just a matter of time before I really break myself up.
Yeah. I don't get out too much, but I do like that REI bike. I gotta ride it a little more next year. But
what kind of range do you get on it? Just roughly.
Like,
do you know?
15 miles or something.
That's plenty, especially around a campground, running errands, doing stuff like that.
And it's variable on how much you give it, how much you input. But yeah, it's fun stuff. But yeah, now no bikes are made. There might be like one or two special brands that are made in the U.S., but most of them. And during COVID, mountain bikes went crazy expensive.
The sales went through the roof.
Bikes in general. And now they're trying to figure out how to. I bet you they got more bikes than they know what to do with.
Because the demand was so high. Everybody wanted to be out. I was looking at a bike then, and I didn't even need one or really want one. Yeah. It just seemed like I needed to get out of the house. And I wish at the time I'd bought a one wheel, because I was weighing the one wheel versus the mountain bike. And then my knife addiction got heavy, and I've got enough for a one wheel and 3 mountain bikes in here.
Right.
I just can't ride any of them.
Most
so, Gary, you got a big week coming up?
No, a typical week. The sound system company had a big job, so I've been dedicating some time from that to that.
Those can be monthly week installs, can't they? Or they usually get them knocked out much quicker than that? Because you're doing rough ends and then you're doing finish work.
They're usually over many weeks. But this one was a last minute one. And so, that kept us a little busy. But yeah, I'm hoping.
That's still a great business. I remember when we were building houses for about 8 years, we had a couple of guys that did really nice studio rooms, and they seemed to do well, but I never knew what their margins on equipment was, because there was always so much equipment. Is it not?
Well, I mean, it's not. It's kind of like a guitar store. It's not a great business model, but it gets me my truck, and and a couple meals here and there. So,
it keeps you busy mind where you can think about knives while you're doing other stuff.
Yeah. So it's fun.
Stupid question. With your like of Martin's, do you have a specific genre of music you're into?
I do a fair amount of church music, like contemporary Christian church music. So that's a lot of what I do. But I'm interested in a lot of different music, 80s music, 90s music.
Have you heard the young guy, Billy Strings, yet?
Yeah. I'm familiar with him.
Yeah, he used to play Martins. Now he has a little company that makes his guitar. He's probably as good as I've seen. I mean, I think Derek Trucks is a fantastic guitar player. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he's more of a finger bottle style. But Billy Strings is, you can watch him do any cover of any band and it'll blow you away because it's in a bluegrass style and his speed is so precise.
Yeah, he's kind of Tony Rice style of play. Yeah. Bluegrass.
And bluegrass is not my genre by any stretch, but I was kind of into that Grateful Dead folk music, and Billy Strings picks up a lot of that cover stuff and brings a lot of that to the table. And
so how old are you?
I am 58 years old.
58. I'm 52.
Yeah, you're a young pup. You're a young pup. I quit counting years at 50, but I feel them more. And I also quit caring what other people, I should have learned this a lot sooner, but that my opinion means nothing to other people. I mean, I have to just be me and not worry about what other people think. Kind of turned me cynical, but in a nice way where I just don't pay attention to people as much.
Well, we are both Gen Xers.
Absolutely.
So not giving a crap is what we do.
And I think we probably had as good of a time to grow up as any. I'm so glad I was not tethered to a cell phone and I wasn't recording crazy stuff and I was outside playing with friends and not worrying about the crazy. Yeah, we always worried about getting abducted by a child killer because we watched too much TV. But besides that, we were all good.
I'm looking at this StarMate knife. It's a little pricey for what it is, in my opinion.
Is it Rex or is it just?
No, it's just 20 CV with a low saber and G10 scales. How's that 337?
You know, there's very little method to the madness, and you would have to think maybe they only produce so many so they can add more for them. I don't know.
Well, there's plenty of them available.
I'll tell you what.
Here's somebody trying to get 650 on eBay.
And you can't do it as much on eBay, but I used to do it weekly. I would go into Blade Binge, and I apologize if I've left any of you messages, but I was never rude. But if you were charging more than a knife was worth, I would just let you know that, your knife's priced a little high. Do a little better. And I've actually bought 3 knives. My Lamia, the guy said, hey, if you'd be comfortable doing business with me directly, I'll get you what I paid table for it. Let's just take it off Blade Binge and do it friends and family. And I took a chance and it worked out great. He wasn't looking to rip my head off. He just has to cover the fees that Blade Binge charges him.
I think I have one of these knives, an older one, the Terzula.
Really?
Yeah. I bought it from a guy at a knife show for like $130. It was like new.
There's no telling what that's worth.
Yeah. I mean, some people are asking stupid money.
But that's because enough people are getting close to that stupid money or they wouldn't ask it.
C55 GP. Yeah, I gotta check. See, I think I have one of those. So this this Sprint Run is just sort of a remake of that model. Is what I'm thinking.
And what's it called? The Spyderco what?
They're calling it a Star. What is it?
Star. Mate.
Star.
TV.
Now that's piqued my curiosity. Why don't you talk a little bit? I'm going to go down and see what that one I have is.
Yeah, that does. It looks kind of chaparral. I'm going to share it with you guys. I'm not crazy about it, but that doesn't mean it's not a cool knife. And like I say, my favorite's the PM2, but that looks kind of Italian made. But let's see where that one comes from. What's that little thing? Spyderco Tetrazzula. Yeah, I bet if Gary's got an old one, I like the grind. but 450, and we know that we share. Let's go. I know what we need to do. We need to go to Blade HQ. Let's see what it costs retail. Blade HQ, $337.50. Made in the USA. You know, and it's a sprint run, and Bob's got to get his, I'm sure, licensing fee or whatever. Let me get that pop up out of there.
I'm not sure if this is it or
not. Oh, let me make this go away. Hey, and I'll tell you something you ought to try for an experiment, unless you just hate AI. Go to ChatGPT next time you're trying to price your knife and type in whatever you can find in it, like on your tang, what it is, and look at all the data that comes back. What you got there? Blade looks just like it. Is it?
This is like a magnet lock.
Huh. Is it a Tetrazola or is it?
It is. It says Tetrazola on it. Of course, there.
That looks very interesting. What's it say on the blade? I'm going to go to ChatGPT and do something stupid. It's a Spyderco. Do you know the name of it?
No.
And you don't have to. Does it have anything on the blade besides where it was made?
No. S30V.
Tetrazola. Do you remember approximate year?
No, because it was used when I bought it.
All right. So we're going to go Spyderco, Tetrazola. You said S30?
Fiber.
S30V.
Trying to figure out these expensive ones.
And value. Let's see what ChatGPT comes up with. All right. The Spyderco Tetrazola Slip It model C131CFP is a discontinued folding pocket knife designed by famed tactical knife maker Bob Tetrazola in collaboration with the American knife maker Spyderco. It's known for a few distinctive features. S30V. The handle is lightweight carbon fiber. Blade style modified Warncliffe blade. Mechanism slip it design, a non-locking folder that opens and closes using a ball joint pivot system rather than a traditional lock, so it doesn't lock open. Does that sound right?
Yep.
Let's see what the values are. Typical value. Because this model has been discontinued, it doesn't have a current retail, but you can gauge from recent listings. A used example, 300 recently sold on eBay. Typical listings show in the 200 to 350 plus range for used discontinued pieces like this. MSRP when it was new was $159. The secondary market prices are high due to scarcity.
Yeah, I'm doing all right at $139.
Well, if yours is in excellent condition, if you have the box and paperwork, you're at $250 to $350. If you don't have that, you're in the $150 to $250. And then condition, of course, is gonna. But look, that looks nice.
Yeah, it's like new. It's like new. Well, it's 1:30 here on the East Coast.
Gary, thanks for hanging with us, buddy. I appreciate you so much for coming out and being and sharing and answering Shane's questions. And enjoy your week, buddy. And I will send you some pictures of American folders. We'll try to come up with something. If nothing else, I'll just get your PayPal.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Cool.
I do. I'm terrible at syllables and names. Take care, Gary.
All right. Have a good one.
I appreciate you, buddy.
Yep. We'll talk to you. Bye.
Paul, what I was going to tell you is TCAL there's a lot of different things about TCAL, but I'd be happy to send you TCAL just to hang out with and check out. And I'm very impressed with them. And I beat my knives, and The one, I think I've got it over here. Hold on. The TKL Raider is the thinnest, most EDC TKL that I have in my collection. I love this knife. It just came in, and it's just a super EDC knife. But I get it that they're a little high. I don't know what his warranty is. The Agent, I've got the Agent 004. I've got the Agent 002. Night Apex. And sorry for not staying in the chat and talking with you guys a bunch. Can you hold that Spyderco up one more second? Oh, Josh, I'm sorry, dude. I can show you the one that let's pull up the Spyderco Slip It. Let me pull it up here. Hold on. Now that we know the name of it. So Slip It. That's something else we can't get. We can't order are the new Salt Series PM2s and PM3s that are all now in MagnaCut. All right. That's not it. Hold on. Let me find the Slip It. Not the little native Slip It. All right. Cheers. I'm not going to spell this right. Bob. Tetra. Hold on, guys. I've got to get my spelling. Go. Oh, screw you. Let's go, Bob. Tetrazula. Slip It. It may not be on here. I might have to go somewhere else to look at it. All right. Let's do this. Sorry, guys. Bob. Tetrazula. Slip It. God dog it. I hate one hand typing. All right. Let's go back to all. Now his didn't have that. Let's see. His didn't have the StarMate. Was that his? Or did his have that little thing on it? I don't think it did. Maybe his did. Slip It carbon fiber, 114. Out of stock, it's been discontinued. That's the basic one with the carbon fiber. But cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Later, Gary. Night, guys. Yeah, I'll tell you, there were some other expensive knives that I've seen on Blade. Let's go to Blade HQ real quick. I rarely go there, but I was just going through, and they're knife brands that I'm not that familiar with. But it just seems like they're coming up there in price a little bit. And then I've been out of the market a while, so always go to new. Now, I think that Raccoon Topo Slim is a good price, but I don't know what it. Go to new arrivals. Where away. All right, nothing crazy there. I don't know about y'all, but I do like Blade HQ just to see different stuff. This is a good knife. This Kaiser Bulldog, I thought my sheath was defective, but I found out that it actually locks in. It's got an interesting handle, kind of reminds me of my Fret. But this little guy, Cole and Kaiser say it's an awesome, the next best EDC knife. I like it, but I'm not thinking it's the next greatest thing personally. I think it's a budget knife. I thought I'd seen some really expensive ones on here today, but maybe not. Maybe I was on like some Chinese ones in the $400 and $500 range. Hold on. Rimet, I want those. Anyways, let's see. Tenable is coming out with the tipper. Guys, I bought the the concept tipper at Blade Show, titanium and S35VN, because it was like 141. Now they've got it. Same Edgy American Blade Works in micarta and I think Nitro V. Same blade shape. A lot of different colorways. Cool knife. Very cool knife. So under $200 doesn't bother me. Even 300. I was just, and maybe I'm on the wrong page. Like, that's not even too bad. All right, maybe they're not as high. Y'all remember this guy? This was one of my, I still own it. This is one of my best buys of like 5 years ago, and it's still a great buy. This is the Max Ace mirror. Now it's got camo carbon, titanium, $155. That knife has great action, kind of medium, small, medium sized. That's a winner. I can't believe that knife's still out there. As a matter of fact, I don't have it in this case. Anyway, I thought I was going to be able to show y'all some ridiculously priced over $300 knives, and I'll be damned if I didn't fail. Great knife here. Kaiser's Bladesmith series are coming in at under $150. This is S45VN titanium with Ultrex micarta insert. Really good knife. And then they've got the Allure, which is LMAX. So the Gunslinger's $349. That's a little high to me. And I know I love the Gunslinger, but so far it's the highest we've seen. Chavez, $425. Integral with magnetic scales. Not crazy about that, but it's pushing the price. And then you got your McNeese, but those are USA made. And what else we got? Auxiliary manufacturing. Guys, I love this knife. It's so ridiculous. It's so unnecessary. It's $800. It's a single action. You pull this thing back and cock it, and it kicks like a mule, and it will not bounce back. I think it will stick in shit. I could be wrong. But anyway, that's an expensive one that I can understand. Yeah, just knives. Just knives. Giant mouses, kind of gotten over them. This is a great knife. I wouldn't get the semi-serrated, but unlike the regular SOCOM, it's got this great finger choil, and it's super thin. And again, maybe it's because it's the button lock, but to me, it's always a knife that I didn't think was comfortable in the automatic. but it seems very comfortable in the frag or in the with the thumb stud. So anyway, what do we got there? Best Tech 323. I mean, it just doesn't strike me as unique enough or to have a name attached to it. I don't know. Knife pricing's kind of gotten weird to me. I just don't understand it as much. Because it doesn't seem consistent across the board. I mean, it seems like some knives are really cheap. Some knives are really high. You know, I mean, I think the Kershaw Bel Air, what a great deal on a USA made folder. This little Vero Engineer Avid 2 liner lock, I'm not interested. And I love Vero, but that little knife doesn't look like a $245 knife to me. Who am I? I'm just a dude whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. But yeah, guys, that's the little Blade HQ. I was at White Mountain Knives earlier today because I like to go by there, and I was bummed that they didn't have nobody streaming Saturday night. Toyota's a little, if that doesn't change, I'll go live late. I ain't scared. But White Mountain Knives, I wish Austin would get his pictures up because there are a couple that I'm interested in here. I like White Mountain Knives because I bought a ton of Tucson's there. I bought a lot of knives that I wouldn't find anywhere else. I think Austin buys some cool, unique stuff. A lot of my little fixed blades came from there. But he's slow on his pictures. So none of these have pictures yet. And that's a good little Remet. You know, I'm not a fan, I think I've told you guys, of Remet as a whole, of their where is it? Of their premium line. This isn't a premium line. This is a 14C 28N button lock. I can't make it get big, but what I wanted to show you guys is this is a Remet Camel that comes off of Amazon. It's $35 with a $33 coupon. Buy it now. It's got a liner lock that you can use like a regular liner lock. And it's got a button actuated liner lock. It's got a thumb stud or regular flipper tab. It's 14C, G10, reversible clip. I can get behind this knife. Yeah, it looks just like a basic knife, but it's got good features. Seems to have good blade steel. And I can, you know, it's not $300 for a knife that I don't know that much about. But when you go down through here, what I find, and you can get, I hear, Tucson's you can buy on eBay cheaper than anywhere else, but I'm an immediate gratification kind of guy. So let's see, Protex, and these are all priced exactly like we have them priced. I think this is ugly. I don't know what y'all think about this. This is a TR3 and Shipwreck. I don't know if I'm crazy about that. I love the knife. I'm just not crazy about the colorway. And what else we got here? Tucson just makes cool shit. I mean, I realize that's D2, but look at that blade. And I can tell you, I only had a couple of Tucson's that I was a little bit disappointed in. Most every Tucson I bought, I really liked. They all turned into giveaways because I wasn't carrying them anymore, but they're good knives. They had good action. They seem to be original designs. And some of them are a little more expensive. Like here's this Kungwu Padre harpoon, 325. I can't remember. I think my Padre was under. Now this is DLC, but I think my Padre was under 300. I love the knife, but Kunwu seems to be kind of up there, but their quality's good. I don't know anything about the Jericho, but it doesn't look as Kunwu as a lot of the other Kunwus I see. It looks kind of like a Remet or. But yeah, White Mountain Knives, in my opinion, is a good place to look. This is a great little knife. If you don't get the Damascus, which I got, these are MagnaCut. These little Nahalas or whatever they're called are MagnaCut, blade steel. Bar lock, nice little blade. Kind of reminds me of the Orlock, but the Orlock has much better detent and a much better blade geometry, in my opinion. Plus, it's a cooler design. Concept, in my opinion, makes great knives. Reich, I don't understand. $455. Yeah, it's a cool knife. M398. But it's $30 more than a Hinderer. And sure, it could be more well engineered than a Hinderer, but it's a imported knife. And maybe that's something we all just need to get, or I need to get my head wrapped around, that the times they are changing. Yeah, they got cool stuff here. And again, this to me is high. It shouldn't be. My knife's more expensive than this. My little fret, but it's handmade. This is a Best Tech fixed blade for almost $300. I can't say anything because I've got an Axon fixed blade that 2.5 years ago I paid $245 for, because that's what they were going for, and it had a micarta handle. But yeah, neat knives. And the funny thing is I might bitch about them. I don't understand this either. I remember Knife Dope was very disappointed with his USA one, but I guess this is another imported one. $430, China. Y'all tell me, is this a great knife? I've heard good things about it, but is it over 400 good? I don't know. It looks like a Rosie. Not like a copy, but it looks, similar. But anyway, yeah. Cool knives, a lot of the same stuff. But like this knife right here, I would never be a zero tolerance guy if I didn't work part-time at Knives and More. This automatic in crew wear with a micarta handle and a titanium or a aluminum flip side is amazing. I love this knife. This little automatic right here is freaking awesome. This guy is thin. It's an automatic MagnaCut. It weighs 3.8 ounces. And I'm not a big automatic guy, but it's a cool one. I can say that I like a couple of ZTs very much. Not enough to buy yet, but I might trade for them. But yeah, there's cool stuff at knife stores. And if you ever see anything on our live streams, or if you're interested in a Randall collectible knife, call Knives and More in Huntsville, Alabama. Any day except Wednesday after 2:00, you can talk to me and I can send you pictures of stuff that we have in stock. Like right now, we have two ProTech, Sean Atmore, Peace Neighbors. We have two Avalons. Great knife. And we have some MSIs coming in. And we've got the one SOCOM in now. But I've got two of these on the floor. I think they're $280. Our Spydercos are kind of low right now, but we get good stuff in. And what's interesting is it sits there. What do you think about Polico? I will tell you, I've only experienced one. My buddy A to Z, who y'all have seen because he lets me borrow his knives and review them. And Paul knows him because Paul's traded with him. But I've got one of his knives that I reviewed, and it is called, I don't know if y'all can see this. It's the tuna, the Pochilio tuna. And this is a great.
It doesn't have a lot of billboarding, as you'll see. It's
no frills, but
simple,
very well put together.
Nice, titanium bodied. So literally, you just find the channel
and it's
tactfully or tactily
vapor
on your handle,
washing.
And it pushes you right to deploy that knife. This pocket clip,
it secondhand. I don't know what they cost new. Let's see. $375 standard. That's what he got. You know, I can't say anything because I fell in love with this knife from Mr. Designs, and I paid $400 for this imported Best Tech OEM because it's got a new lock. It's got a different kind of lock that I found very appealing. Plus, it's a large Magna Cut knife, and I'm a supporter of Mr. But I never thought I would buy a regular titanium Magna Cut knife for $400, and I did. So the Pochilio looks like a very good knife. My buddy A to Z likes it. He seems to think it might be a little short for him, so I might have a chance to own that knife. I would have to trade him something. I don't know if I've got anything he wants, because he's a catch and releaser. But it's a cool one. ZT, Paul, I wish I had my first knives that I collected, and I have my mini mojito over in the case were Kershaw's. I had a Kershaw Leak. I had a Kershaw Scallion, a Chive, never had a ZT, had the big Kershaw Recurve. I forget what that was called. I liked assisted blades. And then after I got my QSP Penguin, after finding the YouTube knife community, that was my first non-assisted knife. I never went back to assisted, and I just thought of ZT being that kind of brand, and they're not. It's not fair because they make some really nice manuals. I want to check one more thing on Instagram real quick, and then we'll get y'all out of here because I know I've kept you late, but it's Insomniac's live, so we stay late. So I wanted to take you to North Mountain Blades. This knife, this company is new to me. My buddy A to Z turned me on to them. I've got a couple of knives that I've reviewed from them. Jason Grant's knives made from them. And I bought the Dwyer. I'm about to share them. Y'all aren't looking at anything now. I bought this Dwyer from them. But I have this little knife right here. And one thing about, I don't know if you guys have ever had a North Mountain Blades knife, but I had this little guy. And this little guy is the Moon. And it's a small little front flipper. And my detent ball fell out. And I thought I was going to have to reach out to North Mountain Blades and try to get another cage, see what my options were. And I remembered when I unboxed this knife, it had a little package of hardware. So I went to my box, and guys, this knife not only had an extra ball cage, it had extra pivot collars, extra stop pin, extra everything except a pocket clip, extra hardware. And I was able to take this knife apart and put it back together in about 20 minutes. Now, if the detail ball comes out again, I'm screwed, I guess. But they do sell, they noticed it with the Demco too, full hardware kits. I was talking to the guys at Knives and More, And they're like, well, that's so they can get away from their warranty work. You know, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. And I think it is a good thing because it's not always easy to be without your knife or find out where to send it back. And a lot of times we can fix things. There were extra bearings in there. The Tiger Stripe's awesome. I've got 2 of those down there now, Paul. Came out. I did see that, Ronald. And I've got a guy, he won't sell it to me. I'm going to go to Monterey Bay real quick. He's got a slip joint that I'm in love with. This is I think this is the one you're talking about. Let me see if this is it. Quick view. Come on. Let me share it. Is this the one? Thought we had better pictures. I'll have to go to their IG. But I think this is a very good looking knife. If that's it. They are showing what can be done. So this guy's got a slip joint. And it's got mother of pearl. And it is gorgeous. This one right here. He has this knife, which I think is made by the same people that make North Mountain blades. But this is a beautiful, well-crafted. It's got a serpentine spine. I don't know if it's got any pictures of the spine. They should. Let's see if they've got it in one of the others. It's got a really nice spine. They do it in a spear point, and they do it in that little clip point. But Monterey Bay's been pushing the envelope. I'm a big Monterey Bay fan. Used to have several of their knives. I've kind of low on them now. I think I've got the turbo. I traded my swayback with pocket metal for a GEC. Not disappointed about that. I love my GEC. Very nice knife. Very nice knife. I'll tell you, my zero blade play is probably my favorite, but I've got a Max Ace. I've got I can't think of it. Axial knives, but my favorite slip joint or out the front are my Best Tech OEM pulses. They have the lightest action that doesn't affect the lockup. They lock up really sturdily, and it's just an easy knife to manipulate. Pocket clip works good. But the first one I bought, my first OTF, was this one because it was a Warncliffe. But they're just so light on the button. And for me, like, my shift, I can push out fine, but I can't pull it back very well. It fatigues my finger. So I've got to give it this, and then I've kind of got to give it that pullback, and it gets to be grueling. With my little Ultratech Gen 3 zero blade play, this thing I could do it with my pinky. And it's got very good jimping on the button. But this is amazing, amazing knife. And I'm not an automatic guy per se, but I really like it. I carry it. It'll be one that I keep. I told you guys, I've got scales coming for this. So there's going to be I'm going to succeed this time. This is taking the spring out and building it on some Flytanium scales. This is my little K390 Dragonfly. When I put the titanium scales on my old ZDP Dragonfly, I carry it now. I love it. And when this one was available, I bought it from Knives and More, sight unseen. Came in, I bought it, and then ordered the scales, and I got paid. Couple things I'll show you. This little guy, I haven't done an individual review on it. I did an unboxing on a group, but this is a CJRB Droma AARPM 9 aluminum G10 budget knife under $60. It's a Dylan Mallory design. Like Dylan's design, it is perfect CJRB. You got Dylan's maker's mark here. Great action liner lock. I think it's every bit the budget knife that I've experienced, even though the Remet at $35 is a winner. What you'll see coming up in the next few days are budget locks or budget knives. If y'all were ever Sheepdog fans, the new Sheepdog BD for top actuated liner lock is amazing. They make it in a more premium version. This is the Amazon version. It's going to be about $45. D2 G10 button activated liner lock. The same Sheepdog. This is about the medium sized Sheepdog detent that we loved when it was a regular liner lock. Love this knife. This knife, it's different. It's cool. It's Kaiser, but it's not, I don't like it as much as the Sheepdog. This is called the Little Roybro or something. And then, where's that other one? This is called the CJRB Lyra. I think it's called the Lyra. And what I love about this knife is it's inexpensive. It's got a very unique shaped blade, very good blade geometry. It is a bar lock. It's small and grippy. And it's designed to cut shit very well. Whoops, as I miss it. That's me, not the knife. But this is under $40 too. So this knife, this is called the Fugly. These are all under $40. Fugly, I guess because it's ugly, but it's very ergonomically pleasing and has a nice tall flat blade. And then finally, the Boxer. Everybody's been making a button lock utility knife, but this is the smallest one I've seen yet. And I really like it. It's a button lock. It's got a toolless blade swap. You just push that little button back. It allows you to pull the blade out. And it's got good action, good grip, and it's a box cutter, right? So if you don't want to sharpen your knife, if you want to just be able to switch out blades, have at it. But guys, we've been going for a little while, almost 4 hours. Like Ronald said, hit the thumbs up. I appreciate it when you guys do. It gives me a warm and fuzzy. You can leave me mean comments. I try to get into my comment section, but I'm not good at it. It's not because I have social anxiety. It's just because I have so many different hands in so many social media baskets. It almost feels overwhelming. So I'm trying to focus on a little bit of Instagram posts and YouTube shorts and YouTube videos. I'm trying to make more YouTube content, but I still have creative constipation and it's hard sometimes. I've got to be in the mood and have something that I feel like I'm adding instead of just regurgitating knife facts. But guys, I love you all. I appreciate you all. We will have another members giveaway this weekend. I wasn't able to Sunday because I had a meeting at the house. This Sunday, I'm free. We've got Friday Night Flicks coming up Friday. I hope y'all have a great week. I hope y'all come back and see me. I think the world of each and every one of you. Do me a favor. Look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right. Look out for each other. Go forward with love in your heart. And always choose debate, not hate. I love you guys. Have a great night. Great morning. Peace.
wrong? Do you know that you're right or wrong? Do you know that you're right or wrong?
The light went out because we only had a little bit, but are you high on cigarettes?
I'm back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. And we was down and we had nothing.